A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kanika, what was going to happen to Kanika. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Where in the was Bree Bree? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here. I am back live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, where in the was Bree Bree? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. People, this is backed by popular demand. This is backed by popular demand. The people yesterday, I've gotten so many emails and text messages and stuff. It was incredible. It was almost like I did not ever stop talking about the Kanika Jenkins case. And a lot of people had chimed out, and a lot of people wanted me to go back and play this particular video back. And I said, okay, because I was going to go live tonight, and I was going to do an addendum to what I had talked about on yesterday. But I'll save that for probably about Wednesday. I'll save it probably about Wednesday. Give me a little bit of extra time to kind of like look up on some things and stuff. But this is backed by popular demand, peoples. Where in the was Bree Bree? Where was she, peoples? The 2 people out of the whole entire Kanika Jenkins case that was so sentimental, that was so distraught, that was so out of it, and yet one is still silent while the other one is going crazy. So, peoples, maybe, just maybe, I can be able to answer the question up on tonight. Where in the was Bree Bree? Where was she? The one who so-called loved Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Her backbone. The one who had the makeshift life picture of Kanika when she was attending her junior prom or senior ball, or whatever the case may be, whatever prom that she was going to, she had a lifelike figure of Kanika. But she didn't have to have the lifelike figure of Kanika. She could have had the real Kanika standing by her side. So, peoples, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sit back and relax, and let's get into this particular case right here. Where in the was Bree Bree?
a 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kanika, what was going to happen to Kanika, all that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Where in the fuck was Bree Bree? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I'm going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I have literally been asking the question, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where in the fuck was Bree Bree, peoples? Where in the fuck was she? Bree Bree has literally been one who had disappeared in this Kanika Jenkins case, peoples. Bree Bree was the elusive one. Bree Bree was the one who has never been around when all of the stuff was going down, peoples. And so my question is, peoples, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where was she? Bree Bree was the one who cried the loudest in the Kanika Jenkins case. She was the one at the funeral who was just literally whimpering and wailing and things of that nature. And so, peoples, you know, the question that I have for the people, if the people can answer the question, it's literally this. Question I have for the people is literally this. Why would Bree Bree have Kanika phone and keys if Kanika was one who was in her right mind, driving her mother's vehicle, and came to the party? Why, peoples? Why would Kanika give up her keys and phone, peoples? That doesn't make no sense to me. So if Kanika was at the party, peoples, Kanika was at the party, and Kanika was in her right mind, peoples, well, then my question will be simply this. Why would Kanika give up her phone and keys to anybody at the establishment? Why would she do it, peoples? That doesn't make no sense to me. For Kanika to give up her keys and phone, and she was the one with the girls and driven them down to the Crown Plaza. Now, as I recall, peoples, you know, Irene was the one who had a phone, and it was supposed to have been her phone because at the time to when she went live, Kanika wasn't there. Because remember, Irene had went live, and she went live showing her muffin top. You guys do remember that Irene was at the establishment and she showed her muffin top before anybody came in. And I do believe that Irene was playing some music in the background. So my question is, how was she playing the music if her phone was buffering and the Wi-Fi wasn't acting right? How is it, peoples, that Irene was able to play music without Kanika Jenkins' cell phone? How, peoples? Why would Kanika give up her cell phone and keys to her friends? Why would Kanika give up her cell phone and keys to her friends when she first walked into the establishment? Why would she do that, peoples? When it has already been stated that Kanika was the one who had driven the car to the establishment. Kanika was the only one who can be able to drive the car based upon what TM had said, because TM had said, nobody drives my car other than Kanika, right? Because the insurance will not pay for anyone else. And so if that be the case, then peoples, then my question is simply this. Why would Kanika give up her keys and her phone as soon as she stepped foot at the establishment? That doesn't make no sense to me. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. I said, help me to make that make sense. And so let's get an understanding, peoples, as to where Bree Bree was. Where was Bree Bree, peoples, in all of this that was going on? Because truth be told, we haven't seen Bree Bree in too many places. We only seen Bree Bree, what? In the lobby, in the hall. We seen Bree Bree in Irene's live. That's what we've seen Bree Bree. But did we see Bree Bree any other places, peoples, other than that of what I have stated, peoples? Did we see Bree Bree in any of that video footage other than in Irene's live or in the hallway? Where was Bree Bree? And see, peoples, Bree Bree had already told you herself. Bree Bree had said that she does not believe that Kanika Jenkins walked herself into that freezer. That's what Bree Bree said. And see, the thing is, contrary to what you may believe, Bree Bree was there. And Bree Bree knows more than what you know. And so it doesn't make no difference to me whether you believe Kanika Jenkins walked herself into that freezer or not. Bree Bree had told you Kanika never walked herself into that freezer, peoples. That's what Bree Bree said. You guys hold on for one moment. Okay, people, I'm back. That is what Bree Bree said. Bree Bree said that Kanika did not walk into that freezer. And so if anybody should know Whether or not Kanika walked herself in a freezer, Bree Bree should know. Because Bree Bree was the one who had told you, peoples, that Kanika never walked herself into that freezer and laid down and died, peoples. That's what Bree Bree said. And so, peoples, I just wanted to come back and just explore a little bit and see if we can be able to track down Bree Bree in any of this video footage, people, and track down what Bree Bree has been saying and doing. Because, see, Bree Bree was the elusive one, where everybody was there, peoples, and everybody was, around and about and doing different things and whatnot. Bree Bree was one that wasn't found, peoples. Bree Bree. I said Bree Bree was the one that wasn't found, peoples. And so, I just wanted to see where Bree Bree was. And what was Bree Bree doing, peoples? And so if you guys give me a moment, I'm trying to call up this video that I have seen. Now, I'm sure that you guys have seen it, and I'm going to play a little excerpt out of that video and stuff. So if you guys give me a moment, I'm gonna put that together. But I see my peoples in the house. So let me give a shout out to my peoples. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty had says, hello, Edward. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson had said, Bree Bree was at the freezer when they closed it. That's how Bree Bree knows. And so, peoples, I've got a little excerpt here, and I want to edit this little part out. So here, let me go ahead, and I want to cover the sound because I don't want no copyright, because this is the real deal. But there's going to be little clips of this that I'm going to edit out in things that I'm going to show you, because this is the real deal right here, people. And this shit is crystal clear. I mean, this shit is very, very crystal clear. And so whether they upscaled it to a higher resolution or whatever, I'm going to edit out little clips of this, because this is going to prove my stance, peoples. And so what I want to do is I want to edit this little clip out right here. I'm going to edit this little clip out right here. I'm not going to show what their video and things, but I'm just going to show little clips of it. So I'm just going to edit this little part out right here. Yeah, I know what they did. They took the videos and stuff and they upscaled it, because this is sharper than the original stuff that they had posted. And so with the video that they posted, peoples, and what I'm going to show you the difference between Kanika Jenkins and the people, Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. And show you little excerpts. So, but in the meantime, in the between time, peoples, I'm just trying to edit this little part out right here, and it's just going to be little clips, little tiny clips and stuff. So, which is good, because this is going to prove my stance. Well, everybody wants to say that this person, that person is Kanika and all like this. Well, you will clearly see the difference in between the two. All right, so I know I just seen Bree Bree. Let me just show it to, okay, there it is right there. Let me play it right there. Okay, so they just showed just a little tiny clip, but so let me just fast forward it to the place. I'm going to edit this little part out, and then I'm going to play you what Bree Bree had said. So I can't show this, peoples, but I am going to show it like this. And it's a good thing that they did it this way and stuff. So then people, damn, I just want full video. It's a good thing that they did it this way and stuff, because now you can just edit out this little certain parts and stuff, which is really good. You know, some people, they'll put their logo all on the video and stuff. So then you have to blur out their logo and things, and then just take the clip and, you know, you can edit whatever out and stuff. But I can do it like this since they didn't. So let me splice this up right here. Splice this up because this is the only little part that I want right there. And that's all that she said right there. And that's all that I need right there. I'm gonna see if I can get the full version of if she did the interview, full 2 minutes. But this part right here, this is all I need right here. So I got it. So let me delete the rest of this. Let me process this and let me go ahead and show it. So I'm going to process this, I'm going to export this, and I'm going to say, same as timeline. I'm going to say, Bree Bree says, Kanika, Bree Bree, B-R-E-E, Bree says, Kanika didn't walk into the freezer. I know that's a long title for a little clip, but that's what I have to do so I can be able to understand what it says. Okay, there it is right there. Cool. So there it is right there. Okay, it's in my downloads. I believe it's in my downloads. Let me see. I know I put it there in my downloads, so it should be in my downloads. So let me see, because I had called it up in my downloads. So let me look at my downloads and see if it's there, peoples. And go to my downloads. Okay, so let me go to my downloads. Everything, there it is right there. Okay, so let me call it up. Good. See, this is the power of editing, people. So let me call that little clip up video file and go to my download right there. And let me call that up. Bingo. This is what Bree Bree said. Okay, I don't know if you guys heard it or not. I couldn't hear it. Let me play it in my downloads and see if I can be able to hear it. See, it's my sound. Oh, I think I processed it and the sound was off. Damn. Yeah, that's why. Okay, that's why I can't hear it, because I processed it with the sound off. Duh. Let me delete that. Let me go back to my editing software. Go back to edit and then we turn on the sound and let me see. Yep. All right. So now let me export it again. Then let me do that again. Yep. I heard it this time. And yep, it is in my downloads. And then let me go back and let me call it up on here. Let me remove that. And let me remove that. Now let me call it up again.
In the freezer though. You put herself in the freezer though.
And that's what she said. She didn't put herself in the freezer. But I'm going to get the whole clip. I'm going to get the whole clip of what Bree Bree had said, but this is the little short version. Bree Bree had said that she didn't put herself in the freezer. That's what Bree Bree said. Y'all seen what Bree Bree said, right? Bree Bree said that she did not. I know she ain't put herself in the freezer. There it is right there. That's what Bree Bree said. Bree Bree had told you all that Kanika never put herself in the freezer. That's what Bree Bree told you, and that's what Bree Bree said, right? Hey, I can't make it up. I'm only going to show you what they said. I told you this time around, it ain't what Edward Joseph is saying, it is what they are saying. And what Bree Bree had told you was Kanika Jenkins never walked herself into the freezer. That's what Kanika said. And then I'm going to get this little clip. Yeah, they upscaled this video. This is some good stuff right here. They upscaled this video. And so I'm going to extrapolate a couple of little clips out of this video and stuff. Y'all give me a moment because I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you Kanika Jenkins, peoples. The real Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Going to show you the real Kanika Jenkins, not this fake, phony, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious person. Show you the real Kanika Jenkins. And they upscaled this video. Yeah, they upscaled this video. And it's a shame that they did just, but even with these little clips, this is some good stuff right here. Okay, so here, two things I'm going to do. I'm going to extrapolate. So, and they're just little clips, but even with these little clips, it is clear enough to show you who's all in this video. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, this is the real McCoy right here. This is the real stuff right here. This ain't no fake, phony, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious madness. This is the real McCoy right here. So I'm going to cut this video. Okay, I'm cutting this one right here because this is what I need. And that's all it is just little clips. But it's good enough little clips to where it will satisfy that of what I am asking people. Okay, and then let me show you this little clip right here, since I've already got Bree Bree. And so, you know, you guys had seen this documentary, and this is where I'm getting the video clips from this documentary. You already seen it. The person had talked about this case and things, and they upscaled this video. And that's good because this little picture right here, and I'm glad that they showed it, is what I need right here too. So let me show this right here, because all of this stuff is going to prove my point. So all of this stuff is going to prove my point right here. And that's all that I need is just a little clip of this, because they enhanced it. And it's a beautiful thing. Okay, I got that. And so a couple more clips and then we're going to be on our way, peoples. So they got some good stuff. I mean, you know, the protest was huge. I've never seen a video of the protest and things, you know. I never did watch that. But looking at this was some good stuff right here. This was some real good stuff. So, and I want, and I'm glad that I watched this and stuff, because this is definitely expressing what I want to say, and what I want to show you. I want to show you a few little things, peoples. Sorry about that, peoples. I'm going to have to rewind this back. Sorry about that, peoples. Going to have to rewind this back a little bit. I was just leaving the house and I don't know what happened. So let me go ahead and let me reshare my screen. Okay, there we go. All right, let's go. All right, so let me move this forward a little bit, people. So I'm almost there. I want to get a picture of that one. I want to get a picture of every picture that they have shown because they've been moving the thing fast. I want to get a picture of that. These are high quality pictures and it didn't come from no old source. So I want to show you guys something, people. I want to show you guys something. Yep, I want to show you something because this is very important. Good. Get a picture of that. Okay. This is going to express that of what I've been trying to convey. And then get a picture of this right here. And then I think this is the last one that I need right here. Oh, no. Okay, so I'm gonna cut it off right here. I'm gonna cut this and I'm gonna get this little clip right here. And this is it right here. Because I got everything that I need. So let me fast forward to right there and play that little bit. And I want you guys to see something. Okay. Just that little clip right there. Good. Now I'm fit to prove something to you, people. I'm fit to prove something to you with the little clips that they just shown. Good. I got everything that I need now. Okay. So that's cool. So let me see. All the other stuff. Yeah, no. Okay. Let me get a picture of that. Since this is a crystal clear cut picture. Okay, I'm gonna get a picture of that. And then I just need this little clip right here. We all seen this. So let me get this last little clip and then that's it. And that's all that I need, people. So this clip right here. Yep. Let me cut it right there. And then let me get this little clip right here. Play that little bit. Okay, and just that little clip right there. That's all that I need. Cool. So after I do this, peoples, then I can show you what I'm doing. So let me do this real quick. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm gonna get that picture right there. That's a perfect picture right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. See, peoples, this is why you need to go ahead and do your homework. You know, because when you do your homework, then you can be able to pull out things and stuff and not just take people's word for it. A lot of the stuff that is, you know, you believe is going on and whatnot. I don't like to take people's word for it. I like to look at things for myself and continue to keep being probative and, you know, look at things for myself, do my own research and stuff. Because you're always going to find it if you look hard enough. And blessed be to God that I have people who I can sit and talk to and stuff about this case and can really, look at things I've never even seen. There's some things, some videos and stuff I never even seen. I didn't see everything, and I didn't have to see everything and stuff, to bolster my claim and prove my case. But that of what is showing, I am going to prove my case with that of what they're given. I can tell you that much. Yep, I can stand 10 toes down with what I say too. And so let me get this thing right here. I'm gonna get this photo right here because see, people's photos is worth $1 million. People's. See, all of this other stuff I really don't need. It's just one more photo that I want to get right here. One more photo that I want to get right here. Yes, of them supposed right there. Let me back that up. Because this was just, okay, that right there. And that's all I need right there. Get that picture. Bingo. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me go back and bingo. Let me see, what is this right here? All right, so let me get that photo. Okay, so I don't need that little thing. Okay, let me see. Okay, that little clip, that little clip, that little clip, and that little clip. All right. So now I can show you what I'm doing, people. So let me share my screen. I can show you now what I'm doing. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Since now I've got all of the little clips that I needed and stuff. So let me share my screen, people. So this is what I'm doing. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this part right here. And I'm going to save this as, save this movie as Kanika. I'm going to save it as The Real Kanika. Let me see, The Real Kanika Jenkins. Okay, I'm going to save that as The Real Kanika Jenkins. Save that. All right, so I'm going to delete these three. And delete these three. And then I'm going to process this. And I'm going to save it as excerpt in TY's Live. In TY's Live. Okay, same as timeline, save it to my downloads. All right, bingo, there it is right there. Now I don't need that, so let me go back here and let me undo. So I'm going to delete that. I'm going to close the gap on that, and then I'm going to close the gap on that, and I'm going to just get that little excerpt right there. Delete that. Copy this little excerpt. And I'm going to put down Kanika and TM. I want you to notice something, people. So I'm going to show you. Just watch. TM. Same as timeline. Process that. Oh, no. Edit. Oh, yeah, that was the whole video. Okay, so that's cool. So let me go back here. Let me go back. Okay, so I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to call up this one. And I'm going to delete this. Okay, and so I'm going to name this Kanika and TM in bedroom. So let me go make sure that we're back up on that one. Okay, so here I'm going to have to do a little bit of editing because I don't want all the extra stuff. I don't want all of that right there. So we're going to trim it. Move that. We're going to delete that. Nope. I'm going to undo that. Okay, let's see. It's going to start there. Yep, it's going to start there. That's what I didn't want. So let me close the gap and let me see. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is put this on a different timeline. And let me close all the gaps. All right, let me delete that. Nope. It's not going to do. All right, so let me undo. And let me do it like this. Let me drag video. Nope, not do it like that. All right, so let me bring it to there. That's what I want. All right. So let me process it right there. And Kanika and TM in the bedroom. All right. Same as timeline. Export that. Just got it like that. Cool. Now, let me go back and let me get this last excerpt. So let me go back. 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 Back. That part right there. That's what I want. Now, let me close the gap up on that. And let me go ahead and export this. And let me same as timeline, Kanika and Shemaya in bedroom. Kanika and Shemaya in bedroom. Shamaya in bedroom. All right. Export that. Bingo. And then that's all that I need. Okay, that's all of the clips that I needed, peoples. It's all of the clips that I needed, and everything is in my downloads. All right, cool. Let me empty my trash. All right, so people, so what I got to do right now is I got to go down and pick up my clothes out of the dryer. Let me go do that real quick. So I'm going to play back a little live that I had done, and then we're going to get back and we're going to look at and we're going to examine this. So I'm going to put all of these files into a folder, a new folder. So let me call it Kanika's Clips. Kanika's Clips. So I can easily find it. So we want that one, we want that one, that one, that one, and that one in Kanika's Clips. Beautiful. Okay, and then I put it to you, delete that. All right, Casino Night, delete that. Delete that. And then not lose nothing, delete that. And then Diddy and JC is going to do with me. All right, so I got all of that deleted. Now we're going to put the thumbnails in there as well. Put these thumbnails in there as well. Okay, we're going to put that one in there. We're going to put that one in there. We're going to put that one in there. Let's see. We are going to put all of these in there as well. No, we're going to put these in the thing because these are my thumbnails and stuff. So let's go ahead and put all of the thumbnails and stuff in my thumbnail folder. Okay, so this one, this one, this one, this one, put in my thumbnail folder. Yep, replace some of these, okay. Put this one, 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 that one, all in my thumbnail folder. PNG, put that one in there as well. PNG, put that one and that one in there as well. PNG. Okay. Put all of my PNG things in there and stuff. And other ones, okay, this one, and this one. Put that in there as well. Okay, skip on that one. All right, that one's in use. Okay, anything else? Anything else? Okay, we're going to put, okay, thumbnail. This is thumbnail, and I put that thumbnail in there. All right, anything else I need? Anything else? All of these are little videos and stuff. So I'm cleaning up. Okay, so all of this, I need to put on my external hard drive. All of these are little clips of videos and stuff. So, okay. And keep that on my downloads. Keep all of this in my downloads. Keep that on my downloads. That's crash. Keep that on my downloads. Those pictures in my downloads. Keep all that on my downloads. And all right, so everything is cleaned up. And there we go. And then Kanika's clips, I'm going to put it on my main thing right here. Kanika's clips, and it goes down right there. All right, cool. And let me go ahead and delete all of that. And beautiful. All right, so all I have to do is just go to Kanika's clips, and I can be able to call up all of the little clips in the videos and stuff, which is good. So let me go ahead and go to video file. Let me go to the desktop. And let me go to Kanika's clips. Okay, there we are. And then bingo right there. All right, so with these little clips, peoples, what I want to do is I want to show you the real Kanika. But I probably may have to, these are the little clips that I took and extracted, but with these little clips, I want to play it, and I want to play it in slow motion. So I may have to do it another way. So I'm going to remove that. And then I'm going to share my screen again. And I want to play it in very slow motion. I'm going to play it in very slow motion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Kanika's clips, and I'm going to call up that video. So here, let me sort it by view, by large icon. Okay, and then this one right here. Now, what I want to do is I want to play it in very, very slow motion. So let me see how I can play it in slow motion. Any enhancement? Okay. Where's the speed up on this? I know they have a speed. Player settings. How do I play it in slow motion? I may end up having just to do it in my because I don't. This should have a slow motion thing. Let me see. How do I play it in slow motion? Okay, that is an enhanced that. That is that. That is that. Let me see. Trim. I don't want to trim the video. I just want to play it. Oh, okay. So I know what I can do. Instead of playing in a media's player, let me go ahead and let me call up Power DVD. I can play it in there. Power DVD. And where is the clip? Right here. There we go. No, that's Power DVD. That's what I was playing it in. Not Power DVD. I want to play it in that. So let me go ahead and close that up. Okay, don't take 20 years. Just close up. Yep, close the program. Thank you. I'm not going to play it in Power DVD. I'm going to play it in where's my editing software? I'm going to play it in Power Director. I'm going to call it up there. And I know I can play it in slow motion there. Okay, update. All right. Well, I'm having all updates on all of my editing software and stuff. So, and I tell you, it's pretty good too, because the quality of these videos is so sharp. Look at the quality of this. I'm so glad that YouTube really upscale their video processing in their videos when it plays on their platform. Because it used to be in low resolution when we play the videos back. Now everything is in 720 and 1080p and even higher, up to 4K. And so that's why the videos is a lot sharper and stuff. So I can upscale a lot of these videos and clean up the videos and stuff and make it a lot sharper, but it's going to take a lot more memory on my computer. So that's why I bought me a new external hard drive. So when I download my videos in a higher resolution, I can be able to save it onto my external hard drive instead of saving it on my computer. And so, you know, that's what saved a lot of memory on my computer and stuff. But see, I'm not saving all of my stuff up on YouTube because, see, if you save all of your videos up on YouTube, then if you get stricken or whatever, you know, you won't be able to have your original videos. So that's why I've always download all of my videos, make sure that I have everything and stuff. So, you know, all right. So I just have to wait for this update and stuff, and then we're gonna play that particular video. And I wanted to show you something, peoples. I want to show you something that, you know, a lot of you wasn't really aware of. Okay, so they got new text to video. Okay, yeah, I'm going to definitely use that. And then they got the image to video. And then they got the AI voice translator. So this is all the new stuff. But new project. Cyber found a temporary file that may be project elements that, yes, we save it. Yeah, I don't want to delete nothing, just save it. So Power Director has really gone up. Screen records now capturing both on screen and webcam video simultaneously. Click record PC screen, then go to the webcam, tap in screen record preference page recording. Okay, I don't want to try it now. I just want to import these clips right now because these are the things I want to talk about. So let me import that. Let me import that because these are the clips I want to talk about. Okay, what's new? Yeah. I know AI is really one point, and then I'm going to tap into that right there. All right. So this is what I wanted to show people right here upon. Dang, because see, okay. I didn't want the same thing, but I see the difference in there. All right, so this is what I want to talk about right here. So let me slow the video down, peoples. Let me slow the video down. And how do I slow the speed of the video? Edit right here. And the speed, where's the speed? Video, there's the speed right there. So I want to slow the speed down. So I really don't want to put the sound on it, but I just want to do the speed. I want to slow it real down, slow it down to about like that. Let me see. Nope. I wanted to slow it down. Making speed changes will overwrite the changes made in uniform. Do you want to continue? I just want the speed to slow down. So I want to slow it down. Is that the slowest that it will go? Okay, yeah, good. It slowed it down. All right, so what I want you guys to see in this video, peoples, as it slowed it down, look right there. Right there, peoples. Look right there at the recessed teeth. This is Kanika Jenkins, peoples, the real Kanika Jenkins. And I want you to see the recessed teeth in her mouth. And then I want you to see the thing that's on the side of her face. See? That is the real Kanika Jenkins, peoples. I want you to notice the difference between Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin, because they look just almost alike. And then there you see the little mole that's by her lips, right there. But you see Kanika Jenkins, peoples, right? Now she doesn't all the time wear this face piercing thing, right? And then Kanika Jenkins, as you can see, peoples, has a recessed tooth. That is not always prevalent in all of the photos, but you can clearly see it here. And there's another thing that I want you to notice about Kanika Jenkins too, okay, that I'm going to talk about. I want you to notice something, peoples. Look at the ring. See the ring? And 1, 2, 3, she wore the ring on the middle finger. You see that, right? She wore the ring on the middle finger and she has her hand up against her mouth. People, as you can see, what hand was she holding that ring up on? Holding the hand on the ring up on the left finger. She doesn't have the watch. She doesn't have the scrunchie, but she has the ring. You see that, right? And then if you look at the video, peoples, she has the little marking, that little piercing thing on the side of her face, right there. She has the mole on the side of her face, and she has recessed teeth, as you can see right there, clear as daylight. Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And then there you see the little mole thing right there. And the mole is not always present, peoples. And then you can see the sideburns on Kanika's face right there, as you can see. See that? little sideburns. So I'm glad that they showed this, peoples, because I wanted to show you the difference between the two girls, Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin, peoples. See, Kanika Jenkins had the recess in her teeth, as you can clearly see, peoples. Clearly see that, right? Clear as daylight. It is no mistaking the bacon, peoples. It is no mistaking the bacon who Kanika Jenkins is, because you clearly see it for yourself, peoples. So we're gonna go through this, but I gotta run down. I gotta go get my clothes off the dryer and stuff, and then I'll be back. So what I'm gonna play back is just a little bit of the live that I had did about almost a week and a half ago and things. If you guys haven't seen it, you need to see it, because this is a absolute wonderful live, peoples. And it's called Let's Talk Kanika Jenkins. And I'm going to start that, but I'm going to let me see. Let me play something so I can, because y'all from London Fog and stuff, you know, y'all sound is playing. All right, good. So I'm gonna rewind it back to a certain part, peoples, and I want you guys just to watch this till I get back. But I want you to watch this certain part. Now I'll be back in about 5 minutes, peoples. But watch this live, because see, this is some juicy juicies right here. I said this is some juicy juicies right here, peoples. And you need to watch this live, because see, this is going to explain a lot that the people did not know. And you should have known, but you didn't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? But now you know. See, I'm going in, and I'm going in hard and heavy. I'm going in, and I'm going in asking the questions that the people just absolutely could not and cannot express and explain to me or anybody else. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So we're going to understand and have a crystal clear understanding about Kanika Jenkins and that role of what Bree Bree had said and did. Because see, the thing is, peoples, the question that I'm asking the people is simply this: where in the F was Bree Bree? Where was she? Where was Bree Bree? And my question I'm asking the people is, why did they have Kanika's phone and keys in the first place? Why did they have it? And what was Bree Bree doing driving TM's car when TM had already clearly told you that no one drives her car other than her and Kanika, because no one else is on the insurance? Now, Bree Bree would have got into an accident, peoples, and stuff driving TM's car, but then TM would be liable because Bree Bree is not on the insurance. And then my other question is, if Bree Bree, if Irene had Kanika's phone, well, why would that have to have Kanika's phone when Irene in the very beginning came live on her own phone with music playing in the background? And Kanika was nowhere to be found in the beginning of that video. It was Irene. And it could have been other people in that room, peoples, but it was Irene that was in that room playing the video of herself, recording the video of herself with the music playing in the background. So now, remember in Irene's live, Irene had said, well, you know, this Wi-Fi is buffering and stuff. You can't get a good connection. Well, if they can't get a good connection on Kanika's phone, well, why would they have it in the first place? If they couldn't get a connection with Kanika's phone, well, shit. If they couldn't get a good connection, well, then how the hell did they get a good connection in TY's live? The music wasn't buffering then. Did they have Kanika's phone and playing the music on Kanika's phone? What was it? Kanika had the most expensive phone that you can be able to play music from. Really, peoples? And the music didn't stall, it didn't buffer, it didn't do that in Irene's live when she went live by herself, and you heard the music in the background, peoples. So save me that bullshit and madness when you tell me, Edward Joseph, that they had Kanika's phone and they had to play the music off of Kanika's phone. But if they were going by the Wi-Fi was buffering. If the Wi-Fi was buffering at a 4 to 5 star hotel, peoples, what does that tell you? That Wi-Fi should not be buffering because people should be watching movies on their phones. People is going live on their phones. People is playing music on their phones. And so you're spending several $100s a night and you can't get good Wi-Fi? Come on, peoples. Who do you think I am? Willie Popcorn Man? Save that bullshit and madness. Stop sitting here telling me this madness when you can't even think for yourself. If the Wi-Fi was messing up, peoples, how in the hell did they get good service playing in TY's live, all of the music? And they were playing it from a speakerphone. They were playing it from a telephone. So how did they get good music, peoples? And peoples, how in the hell did Irene get good music when she played it from her phone and not Kanika's? Because Kanika was nowhere to be found at that particular time. Now, let me bust your bubble, peoples. Let me bust your bubble. Because see, the thing is, and I wasn't the only YouTuber that did this. Kanika was never at the establishment on the night. She never was. She never was alive on the night. Kanika never made it to the establishment on the night. Did you hear what I said? Okay. So Edward Joseph, you've been saying this forever and a day. But hey, watch the live that I just did. I just proved it. The live that I'm showing you now, go back and watch that live, and I'll prove everything that I'm telling you. Not only Edward Joseph, but another YouTuber, several of them, went and did the same thing I did and got the mega data from off of the website of when they had shown the pictures of the young lady in the freezer. And the mega data showed that girl died on September the 7th and not September the 9th. The pictures don't lie, people. I didn't download it and then go and show you the mega data. I took it exactly from the Crown Plaza website. And then Crown Plaza website, from the mega data, from those pictures, is showing that girl, those pictures, was taken on September the 7th, which is indicative of the fact that the young lady who is on the gurney, either that is Kanika Jenkins or it's not. And if you go back and watch the live that I'm about to play right now, it will explain to you in great detail what I have been saying for the longest time. Now, all of you YouTubers and Facebookers who think you can debunk me up on that, come on and try. Let's have a conversation. Let's have an open conversation, and then let's talk about it. Because see, the thing is, I want you to explain all of the pictures that I have posted up on that particular live. And if you can explain to me in great detail how those pictures came about, well, then it ain't no need to try to have a conversation with me and tell me all about Kanika Jenkins supposedly walking the halls of that establishment and stuff when she clearly didn't, peoples. And before I go, peoples, let me show you this picture right here, peoples. Let me go back to Kanika's. Let me go back to the images right here. Let me go back to Kanika's clips. And I think, no, oh, shoots. Okay, I didn't I didn't take it out my editing software. So let me share my screen, peoples. And let me go to this one picture, just this one picture. And then I'm going to be out of here, go get my clothes, and I'll be right back, peoples. And so let me show you this one picture. Let me go to my editing software, peoples. There's my editing software. Okay, let me go back to edit, and let me go back to that particular picture, which is right here. Let me call that picture up. So let me see where the location of that picture is, peoples. Let me go and open up the Explorer, find that picture. I'm going to put all of these pictures in Kanika's clips. So let me put all of this in Kanika's clips. Every last picture. I'm going to copy that. Every last picture. And I'm going to put it in Kanika's clips right here. Okay. Let me close that up. Let me move this out the way, and there's Kanika's clips, and let me just import it all right in Kanika's clips. Beautiful. Okay, I have nothing there. Okay, so now let me move this down. Let me move this down. Let me go to Kanika's clips, and let me look for that picture right here. Crystal clear, clear as day. And I want you to look at that, peoples, right there. Look at the hair on the side and look at the hair on the side. And then look at the shirt. You see the black line and then the black line. That is the actual shirt. That is not her hair tapered down and looking like that, peoples, as you can see clearly in the picture. It is her shirt, not her hair, peoples. And the same type of look is what you see on the video when the young person, guy, girl, get off the elevator. Now, this was taken, this was taken, this is a very enhanced, crystal clear picture from the video that was upscaled and enhanced from a documentary that you guys have all watched and things. And you can clearly see peoples for yourself right there. Clearly see for yourself. This is not a piece of hair. It's not a piece of hair that's going down, going across the chest and things, because there's the hair right there. There's the hair right there, as you can see, peoples. And the same thing is aligned with the same video that was taken off the elevator. Okay. So now that's one thing. Now let's look at another thing right here. Let's look at this right here. Now look at the back of the hair. Now this is supposed to be Kanika. Now remember, in the video, the hair goes all the way down to the girl's butt. Even when the guy walked into the establishment, the hair went all the way down to her butt. Well, this hair only goes down to the tip of the cutoff shirt. So we already know that this could not be Kanika, because if it was Kanika, as you guys say, that was supposed to have walked into the establishment, well, then the hair would have went already past her waistline and down to her butt. And not just only taper right there to where the jacket is cut off. Do you understand what I'm saying? And see, I got this video from the documentary of when they talked about Kanika, as well as all of these other clips and stuff. As you see, people. So, you know, and then here we go. Look at J Money. This is J Money, peoples. This is the real J Money, peoples, Kanika Jenkins' uncle, Jonathan Jackson. And this is a picture of the real J Money, who was on the documentary that had spoken about Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Now, When you guys had sat up here and thought that this man right here was someone who walked himself into the establishment and taking pictures and stuff, people's, we could do the comparison. There is a clear cut, not doctored up image of J Money, who they call J Money. There he is right there in the flesh. And this Negro do not look nothing like that sucker that was walking into the establishment. Doesn't look like him. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So when you want to sit here and tell Edward Joseph who you believe these people is, well, then my suggestion to you is to go back and do your research and get some good, real, wholesome, authentic pictures and videos. And then go ahead and do your comparison and then come back and talk with me. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so I see my peoples in the house. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to some peoples here because my peoples came in, and then I'll be back. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry has says, blessings, Edward, in honesty. And honesty has says, blessings, Carla. Hello, Miss Walithia Durham. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Miss Walithia Durham has says, hello, Edward. It's been a while, but just know I am still in your corner. Hey, chat, and blessings. And see, I love it when the people come in and bless the chat. I love it. I love it when the people come in and bless the chat. And Miss Durham has come in and has blessed everybody. I know that you may have been busy just like everybody else, but you are always family here. Always family here, and it's always welcome, and it's always a blessing to see you again. And honesty has says, blessings, Walithia. And Miss Durham has says, hello, honesty. And then Carla Henry had says, blessings, Walithia. And then Carla Henry had says, right, Edward. And Miss Durham has said, hello, Carla. And then, hello, Marvin Atkins. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Marvin Atkins says, what's going on from Pittsburgh, everyone? And honesty has says, hello, Marvin. All right, people, so I think I got everything and stuff. I know that Randall Robinson had made a few little comments about Bree Bree. He said that she has a alien forehead, and Bree Bree animal spirit is like a possum. And so it's one thing that Randall Robinson had said that stood out to me. Randall Robinson had said that Bree Bree was at the freezer when they closed it. And that's how Bree Bree knows. Bree Bree was at the freezer when they closed it. That's how Bree Bree knows. So people's, I'm going to come back. I got to go down. I got to go get my clothes and stuff, and I'll be back. But in the meantime, in between time, we're going to get it. We're going to really get into this. But I want to share this video with you, peoples. If you haven't seen it, you need to go watch it. It is a must see, and it is clearly called "Let's Talk Kenneka Jenkins." Now, I did that 7 days ago, just about a week ago. You guys need to see this video. It is a must see. It's a must see. If you really want to understand where I'm coming from, I did a very comprehensive approach to this and stuff, and in-depth analysis, and it will give you some great insight, peoples, and that of what we're going to talk about on today. Because again, peoples, if any of you think that it is not a Kenneka Jenkins and it's not a Kenneka Martin, well, then you're kindly mistaken. If you think that everybody is the same, then you're kindly mistaken. Because Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, has a recessed teeth, and she has a mole by her mouth. Kenneka Martin doesn't. Kanika Jenkins is small in frame. Kanika Martin is much taller and bigger. And I'm going to show you the difference in between the two peoples. Is that all right, peoples? And so we're going to ask the question and see if we can get answers to the question as to, first and foremost, why would the kids, meaning the girls, have Kanika's cell phone in keys? Why would they have that? And then two, if Kanika Jenkins was hooshed up on some cocktail called Pyramid, well, then how in the hell could she ever walk the halls of that establishment? Peoples, if you ever did your research about Pyramid, you would know that Pyramid is just like Benadryl in a sense that it will make you sleepy and drowsy. You would not be up walking nobody's halls for no length of time if you had Pyramid in your system and you had Hennessy, which is just like gasoline, peoples. I don't drink, but I hear that Hennessy is like gasoline, is strong. And so if you have two cocktails like that, peoples, it's no way in God's creation, nobody would ever be walking the halls of that establishment. It's just no way. It's just no way. And then two, let me say this for the record too, for the book and for the record. I don't give two rats' asses what TM say. What she said in the background and things of that nature. It doesn't make me no difference because, see, the thing is, TM had said there was a camera above the freezer. But peoples, if there was a camera above the freezer, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. How and why was that not the focal point in this particular case? Because if it was a camera above the freezer, if it was a camera above the freezer, peoples, well, then help me to make this make sense. That would have been unequivocal, undeniable proof that the young lady whom you call Kanika Jenkins would have been caught on video surveillance footage. And it wouldn't have been no question whatsoever who walked themselves, if they walked themselves, in the freezer. But Jeffrey Feiger never mentioned a camera above the freezer. And then the attorneys that TM had before Jeffrey Feiger never mentioned a camera above the freezer. But that's what TM told us all, that it was a camera above the freezer. But nobody ever gave that any play. And see, the thing is, peoples, you can sit here and you can scream about all of the cameras in the establishment, how some cameras will make the people look wide or small or stuff like that. Peoples, I have been a photographer for over 20 years. And I work with all types of lenses and cameras. And you mean to tell me that people who go and they videotape and they take pictures at the NFL games and they're way over on the sidelines, are in the balcony and stuff, and they zoom down upon players, the players is not distorted. They don't look 10 pounds bigger than what they originally are, peoples. There's peoples who had taken pictures at weddings and things and birthday parties and stuff, professional people, golf tournaments and stuff. It doesn't make those people look any bigger than what they are, peoples. So saying me this bullshit and madness about the cameras is going to make you look awkward and big and fat and all like this and stuff. Peoples, give me a effing break with that bullshit. It's hilarious. And you mean to tell me that any surveillance video camera is going to make people just depending upon the way that it's set up and stuff? People, the cameras is all the same. It ain't no wide angle lens. It ain't no short angle lens and nothing like that. All of those cameras that's mounted up on those walls in the establishment is the same. It's the same. The lenses is the same. It captures just the same. It is no distortion in the videos, peoples. It's against the law for them to have videos and things that is not going to truly depict the person. Because just in case that it was ever a murder or a robbery or an assault or anything of that nature, the camera has to depict the person in its actual form. Cannot be distorted. Now, some qualities is a little different. Some qualities, it's a little grayed out and stuff or whatever. It just depending on whatever type of system. But it cannot alter the person characteristics as far as form of body. Cannot do that. It's against the law. Read up on that, peoples. The cameras that you mount in any surveillance area has to be to the degree to where it depicts the person in its original form. Chicago should know because y'all got cameras all everywhere up on the streets and stuff. Shit. Y'all got y'all got cameras on the telephone poles and stuff. Same as in what happened to the Nichols case. The Tyree Nichols case. Remember they had the surveillance video camera up on the telephone pole. That's how they were able to get and capture the actual video footage of the cops beating that boy and things. That wasn't distorted. It didn't make him look big or small. It didn't make the officers look big or small. So give me a break with all of this bullshit about all of these different cameras all everywhere. And just depending upon the angle is going to make the person look fat or skinny, short or tall. Bullshit. The camera is what it is. The camera is what it is. And it doesn't have, the camera is autofocus. So meaning that it's already a single lens camera that is just going to capture the images that is portrayed before it. That's it. When you see the people walk by, you don't see the video is distorted because it's not changing the perspective of the person. It's autofocus. It's a wide angle camera lens that is just going to show whomever walks by it. But it has a sensor on there that shows you that if anybody is before the camera, it's going to show you a box. It is called a detector. It's a red line that shows you somebody it's moving. It's a tracking motion camera. It shows you whether somebody is walking in, and that's why the box light up and stuff. But it doesn't distort the video itself. So understand that, people. So when the people say, "Oh, well, no, the camera angles and all like this is going to make the people look fat or skinny," no, that is stupid ass people who's taking manipulating the photos and things. Show me one crystal clear picture of the supposed girl, Kanika Jenkins, inside of that establishment. Every last picture or video that you see, the face is distorted. And why is it distorted? It's because there was a girl playing Kanika and not Kanika herself. It was a girl playing Kanika. So just because the young lady or the young man or whoever it was and stuff had on the same attire as was Kanika, as you see in this picture right here, similar attire, I should say, doesn't mean that it was Kanika. Kanika was not omnipresent. Kanika cannot be in two places at one time. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then when you want to go by timeline and you want to go and factor in a timeline upon this video footage, well, then what timeline are you going after? Because I clearly showed you in this live that I'm about to show you now, that the timeline that they gave you is two different timelines. One is the actual timeline on the video footage, and then two is the actual timeline that is playing from a player that the people can set as a timeline and make it like an hour or 2 hours off or whatever. It's a player's timeline versus the actual video footage timeline, peoples. And that's why you don't see that timeline embedded on every video that is ever shown on the cameras. And all of those cameras are the same, peoples. It ain't no different cameras. It ain't no different camera. The camera ain't no different from in the freezer. I mean, in the kitchen, then in the hallway, then in the front lobby, then showing down Chandel's lane in an employee's area. It is the same camera. Go look at it for yourself. There's plenty of videos that you can clearly see the camera. And then go and do your research for Rosemont and look at the case files and things, or look at the specs at the cameras that the Crown Plaza had used. They didn't use different cameras. It was the same camera throughout. It will be stupid to use different cameras because with different cameras requires different software. There wasn't no different cameras used, peoples. And every camera that was those cameras that they had was just real basic, low quality cameras. That's it. It wasn't nothing fancy about them. It was just little square white boxes that just record video footage. That's it. Nothing special, nothing special, nothing fancy about it. There wasn't high def cameras. Little basic little surveillance cameras, and they wasn't even your high-tech cameras that they have out now, you know, the little round looking cameras that captures, you know, high definition. This shit was so basic and played out, it was crazy. For a 4 to 5 star hotel like they have, you would thought that they have some good wholesome good, wholesome, expensive cameras, but they didn't. They had basic shit. And you can even look up the make and model that they use, and they sell that shit up on Amazon. Peoples. A plain Jane basic model. Unlike these high-tech high-rises and stuff that use some sophisticated shit. That shit that Crown Plaza was using was garbage. And it was a reason why they used that, because of the shit that they do at that establishment. Now, if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty, people, come on, because that's my side of expertise right here. And I'll educate the F out of you and teach you something, and then send you on to your mama, and then let her test you out and see what knowledge did you obtain. See, people, when you want to sit up here and you want to tell me all about the Kanika Jenkins case and stuff, and this and that and the other, well, then you better come prepared, because I come prepared. And I come and I give you what I am telling you, and I stand 10 toes down up on it. And if you feel that you can debunk me, well, then come to my live and debunk me. Come to my live and shoot your shot and tell the people what you believe that you know. Because I will do a song and dance around you, and I will run rings around you, and I will embarrass the F out of you big time. This is why I continue to keep coming back. And every time I'm coming back, peoples, I'm coming back with something even more greater than what I had shown beforehand, to bolster my claim, to bolster what I'm saying. Because if any of you believe that Kanika Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, well, then in the live that I'm about to show you, explain to me how it happened. explain to the people how it happened. You can't. You absolutely can't. And that's the difference between me and what I say and you and what you believe. You can't explain it. You can't get Kanika out of Irene's life. But yet you're going to sit up here and you're going to tell us that Kanika was in TY's live. And that was Kanika standing up by Tanasia. Why in the F would Kanika stand up by Tanasia in TY's live when the girls, Monifa and Shemaya, had said that they had taken Kanika out of when that had taken Kanika out of Irene's life, and they said that Kanika was at the elevator at the time to when they took her out the room. People, that is bullshit. Total bullshit. Because if they took Kanika out of Irene's life or out the room with Irene now, well then how in the hell did she get in TY's life? How in the hell did she stand up and veer back from Tanasia when Tanasia said, I'm going to give this girl over there this cup? But peoples, the girl in the chair had on the same ring that Kanika Jenkins was wearing. But Kanika Jenkins wasn't wearing a ring in the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh my God, people, see, I just opened up a whole new can of worms. You not listening to me. I said, you're not listening to me. Let me go back for a moment, people. So can I go back for a moment right here? And can I just show this real quick here? Do you see that ring right there on her middle finger? You see the ring right there, right? She was wearing the ring on her middle finger. And that's Kanika Jenkins, people. You see the ring on her middle finger, people. See that, right? And then you saw, and this one right here is, she had recessed teeth. Right there, bingo to the bingo. See that, right? I want you to see that. You see that, right? You see Kanika Jenkins has recessed teeth. Kanika Jenkins has dimples, peoples. Kanika Jenkins has big lips, glossy lips, all the time wearing gloss on her lips. Never, not once, did you ever see Kanika without gloss on those lips. But look where the recessed tooth is, peoples. Look where the recessed tooth is. And then look at the top of her teeth, and it's all straight. But there's a recessed tooth right at the bottom. You see that, right? Okay. I want you to see that, peoples. But then, bingo, right there. There's the ring. And if you go back and you look at a lot of the videos and pictures that Kanika had taken, she all the time wore that ring. But the young lady that was in the chair in TY's live had on the same ring. But it wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Because according to the metadata that was up on Rosemont website, the girl who had died in the freezer had died on the 7th and not on the 9th. And the girl in the freezer did not have on a ring. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And one of the reasons why they kept the person's mouth closed is because they did not want you to see certain features. One of the features they didn't want you to see is the mole up on Kanika's mouth. Let me go to the other picture, peoples. Let me go to the other picture, people. So let me show you the mole that is by Kanika's mouth, peoples. Let me show you the mole. Here's the mole right here by Kanika's mouth. Kanika Jenkins, there it is right there. There's the mole. See that? Look at the lips. You see that? I said, do you see that, peoples? There's a mole right there. Okay. Now, let me go and let me show you another picture of Kanika with the mole, peoples. Well, in this picture, you can't see it. Let me show you the other picture. Well, in this picture, you really can't see it, but it's there. But you can clearly see the ring. You clearly see the ring, and then you can see the little piercing on the side of her face, which sometimes she's wore and sometimes she didn't wear. But you clearly see the ring right there, people. See it right there, right? I want to show you something, people. I want to educate you upon something, because now you guys are like, oh, damn, yeah, man, with Joseph, you really doing this. Okay, so let me show you the mole, peoples. There's the mole right there. There's the sideburns. And then look how she's puckering up her lips. You see that, right? Peoples, did you not know that this is Kanika Jenkins? And then you see look at the double line right here. Even though she has the neck thing, you can see the line under that, and then you can see the line above that little neck thing that she's wearing. Clear as daylight, peoples. There it is right there. You can clearly see it. Clear as daylight. See the line, and then you see the line right there. See the mole? See the puckering of the lips, peoples? And see, Kanika had booty lips, because you see the bing bing right here. See a little gap thing right there in the lips, and then the bing bing, the highlights on her lips. And you see how Kanika all the time pucker her lips and stuff. And then TM is trying to do the same. That's Kanika's trademark right there. That's what she does, peoples. I said, that's what Kanika Jenkins does, peoples. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so now let me go a little further, peoples. Let me go a little further here. All right, so gotta exit this if I can. Okay, my computer had froze up a little bit here. So what's going on here? All right, people, so I'm back. I don't know what I did. I clicked myself off StreamYard. I don't know what I did. I think I went way, way back too far. All right, so yeah, I did do that. So I clicked off, but it had locked up on me. All right, so let me go back and let me share that again, people. Let me share that image again. Let me share that image again. Where is it? Right here, peoples. So let me share this, peoples. Let me share this image right here. Okay. Now, here we go. Remember, the picture is in reverse. Picture is in reverse because they are taking a selfie. You see that? You see the recessed tooth, but if we was to revert it around, this would be on the right-hand side. And so we really can't see the little mole because the way in the angle of the picture. But as you can see, there's the double line right there on her neck. As you can see, there's the dimples and things. You can see her eyes and stuff, and you can clearly see her teeth, but you can see the recess in her teeth right there. You see that, right? And so because of the thing is cut off, I don't know if she's wearing that little piercing in her face right there. Okay, but remember, she is taking a selfie, peoples. All right. So let's take a look at this one right here, peoples. Let's take a look at this picture right here. Now, you see her smiling, and then you see her puckering up her lips. One, she's smiling. One, she's puckering up her lips. But in this picture, you can clearly see that ring right there. And the one thing that you do notice, people, is that many of you haven't noticed is that she is wearing a light blue nail polish now in this picture. She's wearing a light blue nail polish in this picture. Y'all see that, right? And she doesn't have white nail polish, but she has on that ring, people. It's that same ring. Y'all see that, right? Clearly see that. And so look at how she's smiling. One, she's smiling real hard, showing her dimples, and one, she's semi puckering up her lips. And she's laying down. She's laying down, as you can see, peoples. And she has like a little honeycomb like something that's behind her and things, as you guys can see. But this is a younger version of Kanika, as you guys can see. See that, right? So, you know, throughout the times, throughout the ages and stuff, it changes and stuff, you know. Let's go back to this picture right here. Here we go again. Puckering up the lips. There's the mole right there. There's the lines in her neck. Then there's the sideburns and stuff, as you can see. See that, right? So, you know, different pictures that sometimes the mole is present and sometimes the mole is not present. Sometimes it's demonstrated and sometimes it's not. Let's look at this one right here. Okay. Again, it's another selfie. Look at her lips. So she sort of kind of pucker up her lips, but she has on the sideburn. Now, understand, people's Kanika did not always wear the straight hair and stuff. You see that she has a hair that's braided along the front line, the frontal of her head. And then the hair just goes back and, you know, so she had different hairstyles. Not always the hair just laying down and parted right in the center, as many of the photos show. But this is a younger version of Kanika, as you can see. Puckering of the lips, sideburns and stuff. Remember, she's taking a selfie. So the little mole that's on the side of her lips is not going to always be present. And this is what confuses the people when somebody is taking a picture of them and they're taking a picture of themselves. Yeah, see that, right? So, and then let's look at this right here, peoples. And there's another shot of Kanika right there, peoples. And then she has the part that's kind of sideways up on her head instead of dead center. And you see, look at her hair. If you look at her hair is all the way going down to her butt right here. You see that? See how the hair tapers down to the pocket? The pocket is to her butt. So that's how long the hair is. Not just to the jacket, is down to her butt. Look, and even in this picture, and she's kind of standing upright right here, is down to her butt, not to her jacket, as you can see right there, people. So now when we go and we take a look at this other picture right here, let me go show you this other picture right here, peoples, and show you this one right here. The hair only goes to the length of the tapered jacket and not down to her butt. You see that, right? I said the hair only goes to the edge of the jacket and not to her butt. But the person that had walked into the establishment, the hair went all the way down to the butt and not just stop at right here to where the jacket is showing, a cut jacket. So it couldn't be Kanika here. Because if you say that that's Kanika walking into the establishment, well, that girl's hair went all the way down to her butt. But here, the hair only goes to the edge of the jacket. And it's not full flanged hair that is behind the head. It's just only a little strand back there, peoples. So see, it's these little details that Edward Joseph is all the time pointing out, peoples, that you guys fail to realize. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, when you want to sit here and tell me all of these people is Kanika, well, then my question to you is how? How could every person in every picture be Kanika when you look at it and everything doesn't match up, peoples? The hair length doesn't go all the way down to her butt. And I don't care if she's sitting down. Still, if she's sitting down, she's standing up, the hair should go down to her butt if it was the same girl who was walking the halls of that establishment. And as I have just shown you, peoples, that Kanika Jenkins had different hairstyles. And she didn't always wear the same type of hairstyle with the part centered in the middle of her head. Peoples. No. No to the no, peoples. And see, these are the little details that the people failed to realize and understand. So peoples, when you want to tell me that this person is Kanika and that person is Kanika, I'd say do your homework before you come talk to me. Make sure that you have done your homework. Make sure that you understand that of what you're saying. Make sure that you looked at every inch of that person's body before you ever utter a word to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, this is a scene that was where was the scene? Because it certainly wasn't in Irene's live. And I can tell you why it wasn't in Irene's live, because in Irene's live, the mirror wasn't in the center of the room. Do you understand what I'm saying? Peoples. In Irene's live, the mirror was by the door, by the bathroom. Oh, you don't believe me? Let me show you, peoples. Let me show you, peoples. I'm glad that you still are still trying to say, Edward Joseph, nah, Well, let me show you right there, peoples. Unequivocal and undeniable. There it is right there. They were in the bathroom, and there's the mirror right there. And there is Kanika Jenkins standing right there by the mirror. The mirror was not centered in the room by the bed. There's the mirror right there, peoples. And then there's the mirror right there in the center by the bed. Two different rooms, peoples. I said it's two different rooms, peoples. And someone took this shot and they're trying to portray this person as being Kanika Jenkins in the room. And people's, look, this was a video. This was a video. You see the play button right there. It was a video. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Okay. So then the question is simply this then. Where did you ever see this in Irene's life? You didn't. You never did. You never did. You never seen this in Irene's live, peoples. You never did. Let me show you a little clip of Irene's live, peoples. This is just a little excerpt. That was a little clip in Irene's live, and that was so quick. That's the little clip in Irene's live. That was so quick. And so I have to play that in my video editing so I can slow it down so I can show you peoples. But that was just a little clip in Irene's live. Okay, let's take a look at that again, peoples. Let's go move quickly. See that? So I have to show you that video, peoples, in Irene's live, peoples. And so let me change this. So where is this right here? So I'm going to have to remove this one. And then I'm going to have to call up this one. So this was not taken in Irene's live. I said this video footage was not taken in Irene's live, peoples. Do you understand? Now, do you understand and see the difference? So see, peoples, this is my expertise. This is my expertise. And this is why I try to educate many of you when you guys are trying to show little clips of different things and stuff. I'm telling you, because I can clearly walk through Irene's live and I can clearly walk through TY's live. And then when I find little clips like this, I show you unequivocally and undeniably that what you are saying is false, is fictitious, is hilarious, and nefarious, because all you're doing is just speaking that of what some other person had stated. Two different rooms, two different scenes, peoples. And as you can see, the hairline only comes to the edge of the girl's jacket, but the hair that was demonstrated in the kitchen and in the video of the person walking into the establishment, that hair came all the way down to the butt. Okay, do you understand it now, peoples? I said the hair only came down to the butt, peoples. See? That's how I can prove my stance, peoples. More so than listening to all of these hilarious and nefarious people try to say some things and they don't even know the hell they're talking about, peoples. What the hell that they're talking about? Let's look at this right here, peoples. See, there is Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And Kanika Jenkins has what? She has a recessed tooth, clear as daylight, peoples. There she is, clear as daylight. It's Kanika Jenkins, peoples. with a recessed tooth. That's how you know the difference between Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin. Kenneka Martin doesn't have a recessed tooth. Kenneka Jenkins does. I said Kenneka Jenkins does, peoples. Do you see that right there? Clear as daylight. There she is right there in the flesh, peoples. With a recessed tooth that you can clearly see in her mouth. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And with glossy lips, peoples. See, it ain't no mistake in the bacon, peoples. There she is right there. And then for the final, and I'll be back, peoples, because I got to go pick up these clothes. I'll be back. But let me show this, peoples, right here. Let me show this Kenneka's clips, peoples, right here. I said, did you see that, peoples? Let me rewind it again. Let's play it. That's Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. I said, that is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, right there. If there's ever any mistake in the bacon, there she is right there. And look at the sideburns on the side of her head, right there, peoples, side of her face. That's Kenneka Jenkins. Okay. See? You can learn a lot, peoples, if you listen. There it is right there, peoples. And look at Kenneka's mannerisms. Look at Kenneka's mannerisms, peoples. You can tell Kenneka because Kenneka was goofy. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. All right, peoples, I'm going to go pick up these clothes. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen. I'll be right back, peoples. I promise you. The Lord says the same. I'll be right back. But let's go ahead and watch this, peoples, and I'll be back. Let's go. Whatever and stuff, you know, but that's what she had. And there's Monifa sticking her tongue out, and there is Shamaya. And Shamaya is doing the video in the mirror, so she can incorporate all of them in the video. This is the still photos right here. And then here it is, a crystal clear picture of Kenneka. There it is right there. And then here's the crystal clear picture of Kenneka holding the cup. Now, as you can see in the video, peoples, Kenneka has on the black band. And then around here, around her wrist, there you see the little red band right there. It's around her wrist. There you see Kenneka with the white fingernails. And then there you see Kenneka, whose hair is covering part of her breast right there. And her breast is hanging down right here, as you can see. So the breast, the bra is not covering the whole cleavage of the breast, but it's hanging down at the tip, as you can see right there. Y'all see that, right? Okay, look at it again. See that? The breast, the bra is hanging down. So Kanika's breast is not hanging out. Kanika's breast is hanging down. Okay, people, so I am back. I'm gonna give it a little bit of commentary real quick. To Terrell H and Stranger Danger US. I greatly appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I really do. I greatly appreciate your commentary. You know, you coming in, you're on fire, and you're, making a lot of commentary and things. But what will be very, very helpful, and this is what I try to encourage all of the people that comes to this channel, to drop little gems and things and stuff. My channel is a channel of proof and truth. Now, if there are some things that you have seen beforehand that doesn't align up with that of what I'm trying to convey, well then, and if you drop the gems, then if you saw it, you should be able to express in great detail that of what you saw and how that connects to the storyline of what I'm trying to convey. Now, I see that you guys are pretty much all over the place with everything and stuff, and it's not aligned with going on with what I'm saying in the video, which is perfectly okay, But my stance is this: if you're going to drop some gems and stuff, and you don't have the link to that video of what you have stated that you have seen these things, then come in and express to the people in great detail that of what you're trying to convey. Now, I don't watch all of the other content creators' channels and things, so I don't know what they're posting or what they're saying and what they're doing. And you guys have. And so my only thing is, if you're going to drop some gems, explain to the people in great detail what you're trying to convey and how that yeah you can, and how that how that complements or how that goes against that of what I am saying. Because the one thing I don't want to happen is people just dropping things and they can't prove what they say. See, I've always proved to you and I'll always show you in great detail, just like I am doing now, what I'm trying to convey to the people and things. And so my thing has always been, if you're going to say something, explain it in great detail so then the people can have an understanding as to what you're trying to convey to them, instead of just saying, okay, well, yeah, I saw Kanika walked into the freezer and then just leave it like that. Well, now you're going to have a lot of people confused and things, and a lot of people is going to have a lot of questions and whatnot. I mean, I can't answer the questions that you guys are posing if I don't know what you guys are saying. No, I'm not saying that you are spreading, and I'll put the link in the chat so you can come up. I'm not saying, and see, this is one of the things I keep saying that the people need to do. The people need to listen. When you listen, you'll learn something. So it keeps down confusion. I never said that you guys were spreading false information. I just said that if you're going to drop some gems, explain to the people in great detail what you're trying to convey. So then that way, everybody can be able to be on one accord as to what you're trying to say. Hello, Terrell. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. I don't think that your mic is on. And that's all done. I'm saying,
Yeah, my mic has a lag in it. You remember last time I was trying to get on here, there's like a big lag on my phone for some reason.
Well, that's because you're trying to listen on your phone and then try to be on the
Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me cut it off.
So again, people, don't get me wrong. I appreciate everything that you guys are saying. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing, but you know, so that I can get a greater understanding, and so that the people can get a greater understanding. If you saw something, get the link to the channel of the person who has said it, get the title or whatever, and then post it, and then I can see it, and then I can play it back for the people, so then everybody can be on one accord. Because I don't discredit everything that Lead No Witness says. I don't discredit everything that a lot of other content creators said. You know, and listen to me carefully when I say that. I said I don't discredit everything, but then also I don't agree with everything that they say either. So it's a big difference. But in order to get clarity, you know, we all need to be on one accord. We all need to be on the same page and things. Now, I like a lot of stuff that Leave No Witness has drawn out, and I have showcased this channel on my channel and things, you know, so we could have a little bit of clarity in things. But I don't agree with his narrative in full. And so those things that I don't agree, then, you know, I show you why I don't agree in things. Because not everybody is on the same level as I when I am breaking things down. Now, if what he's saying makes a lot of sense to you, well, then, hey, that's good. And so I'm glad that it makes a lot of sense to you. But then make it make sense to me and make it make sense to the people who I am conversing with. You know, it's all that I'm saying. And so it don't take what I'm saying wrong. Don't take what I'm saying, you know, as an insult or as that I'm trying to, you know, get up on you or anything like that. I just like clarity, and I like good, wholesome conversations to where we can be able to talk as real people and be able to converse with each other and be able to share some notes with each other and things. It's all that I'm saying. So again, you're back, my friend?
Yeah, I'm back. There's no way I can fix it to where I can like cut off the live or anything. So it's just gonna be delayed. So I'm gonna just take a few seconds after I say anything to listen to see if you say something.
Okay. Well, you know, it's always good to get some headphones, and you get some headphones, then that'll cut out the delay.
See, I didn't know that. I don't have no type of headphones, nothing. Like, I don't really be on the phone like that. You know what I mean?
Well, sometimes it's time to step up and with technology, you know? Yeah. But you were saying, my friend?
But no, yeah, the only thing I was saying is like there's a lot of like just older videos that I've seen, but I can't share them no more. Like they're old videos. Like they was from like people making YouTubes and sharing stuff that they seen or whatever, but all that stuff gone now.
Okay, but even if it's gone, you have a memory of what was being said. And all I'm saying is just explain in great detail what you have seen.
I can't really explain like all the stuff they said because, you know what I mean, I'll be that out. Well, what I remember, I don't know if you remember the video where the people was in the car, like it was the young dudes in the car that was in that room when she was supposedly in the bathroom and all that stuff when they was in the hotel room, and they was talking about the security guard taking her out the room and stuff like that. But I don't, like I said, they said a lot of stuff on there, but I can't, you know what I mean? It's been so long, but I can't give you details anymore.
Well, I mean, if you can remember what you remember, then you should be able to give some details as to.
That's all I can remember. I was just asking if anybody else has seen that video. You know what I mean? If anybody remember that video.
Right. No, I remember the video. I remember the video of the two boys who were saying that they lifted her soul to heaven and things
Oh
like
yeah, there you go. So you know what I'm talking about, man.
yeah.
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm just asking if y'all seen that, and so do you remember the elevator footage too? Then, like, so what do you like? What do you think about stuff like that? That's what I'm just asking.
Well, I don't believe that him and his friend had killed Kanika. They wouldn't have been able to have that type of power. If you understand what I'm saying.
You said they wouldn't have that type of power to what the.
Okay, so what I'm saying is Crown Plaza wouldn't have went to the degree that they did to cover up this case if they killed her.
Okay, I kind of hear what you're saying.
I mean, you know, people can clout all day long, but just because they clout all day long and just because they say things, you got to match that up with everything in. You just can't take bits and pieces and call it law. You got to match it up with everything. So everything has to have its place in the whole grand scheme of things, not just because Irene says, "Oh well, I seen Kanika walking down the hall." So what does that mean in the grand scheme of things?
So you seen the elevator footage too that I was talking about?
What was in the elevator footage that you were saying?
It was the elevator footage when the door would open up and the people would just look out the elevator and then go back in. And then the one dude came out and got scared, like he walked down the hallway, and then I'm just asking, have you seen that? Like I'm just asking, like, what do you think about that?
Right, the older black dude.
Yeah, and
Right. Well, I played the live back when you have saw that the elevator door had opened up twice before the girl that the people call Kanika Jenkins walked off there, and then just momentarily after that, then there was another guy who got off there, and walked out and walked down a little bit, looked to see where she was going, and then walked back on, went upstairs and told the people at the front desk, and then the video cuts off.
Right, okay, yeah, that's all I was saying. Like I wasn't trying to like discredit anything. I was just asking if y'all seen that older footage like that. But you obviously seen it, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. I mean, we've seen a lot of the video footage and stuff, but my thing is, what does that have to do with the whole grand scheme of things?
I think everything has something to do with it, but everything is out of order.
Okay, so what do you think has to do with it?
I think it has everything to do with it, but like I said, like everything is out of order. Like everything is mixed up. Okay, like they used to have like that 36-hour security footage or whatever.
But that's not answering my question. So I get that you understand that it has everything to do with it, but what significance does it have with this case? I mean, how does it play into the case?
Well, what do you think happened there?
That's not I'm asking you the question. You know who brought it up.
Well, I told you last time. I told you what I thought happened. Or what do you actually think happened?
Well, I don't remember what you said last time.
The last time I said I thought that they drowned her, and that's why they had all that water in that bag when they was trying to.
Right, and did you see the live that I played to explain that in great detail?
No, I didn't. I just caught this one. I don't know. I just caught it now.
Okay, so you need to go back and you need to go watch the live that I did the other day, and I had explained all of that in great detail, from top to bottom, about the pool, the freezer, how she was in there, what was going on while she was in there, and things that will give you some great insight. And
are you able to explain it again, or you ain't with it?
Well, okay. So what I'm not going to do is take my time when I'm live to go back and explain things that you guys could go back and watch the videos. That is your job. Your job is to go back and watch the videos so you can get abreast as to what I am trying to convey. You know,
Which video would it be on?
Hold on, let me share my screen.
And I'm coming friendly, man. You sounding hostile, and I ain't trying to be hostile about it. I'm just throwing inputs in.
No. See, you'll learn me if you watch me on a consistent basis. You
well, no, I don't. I honestly, I enjoy when I see it live. Like I like that somebody's still with it. But I really don't want to. You know what I mean? That was a lot for me back in the day.
Right. But see, you're saying that I'm coming hostile. No, this is just the way that I am. So, like I said, if you take the time out to watch my lives, then you'll understand where I'm coming from. Because a lot of the questions that you have, or a lot of things that you're raising, I have already raised in my lives and things. And so it is incumbent upon you to go and watch my lives so you can get a full understanding as to what I'm saying, instead of just, having me go and recap on a whole thing to where I've already talked about that. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so I do you remember what day you came on?
It was like last weekend, maybe, I'm guessing.
Okay, if it was last weekend, then I mean, let's see. I think this, okay, Kanika Jenkins, the man who was in your phone, that was 6 days ago. Let me see. No, so it had to be, well, it had to be before last weekend. Let me see. So I would say, as a good starter, let me see. No, so it had to be. Let me see. I think. Well, it had to be before last weekend. Let's see. Here, let me browse through this. If Kanika Jenkins walked into the freezer, how long did it take? Let me browse through that real quick and see if that was the one that I was talking about. Let me see. I think. Yeah, okay. Watch this one. If Kanika Jenkins walked into the freezer, how long did it take? Watch that one, and that'll give you all of the answers to the questions that you had raised the last time.
Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you up, man. Do your thing. Like I said, I ain't against nothing. You know what I mean? I'm happy that you're doing what you're doing. That's all. No animosity, nothing. So continue to live, man. I'm gonna bounce up off here. I'm listening. I'll support.
No, don't take nothing to offense. I mean, like I say, I like what you guys are doing and stuff. My only thing is that when you bring things like this, the people want to hear why you're saying it. Give a reason why you're saying it. Give them a brief explanation as to how that is, how that comes in with this case. Is what I'm saying. See, the people here, they everybody tends to kind of like drop some jewels or whatever, but then people want to, especially because you're new, they want to see why you believe such, not just say, okay, well, yeah, I heard that Kanika was sitting in the car. Okay, well, why do you believe Kanika was sitting in the car? For what reason? And how does that tie into the whole grand scheme of things? So you don't have to go in and write a whole novel or something, but just kind of like explain in briefly why you feel that is important to the case. It's like, okay, well, I felt that Kanika was sitting in the car is because Monifa and them had put her on their backs and placed her in there, and this goes with X, Y, and Z, and so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? And that will help the people out in understanding where you're coming from. Okay, stranger Stay danger. I said stranger, right? I said danger. Okay. Okay, Stay. I'm just gonna call him Stay. Stay has said Lead No Witness got a bunch of videos that were definitely know his shit for sure. But I'm gonna need him to scroll through them videos on that channel to match things up to be catching the small details people miss. Oh, trust me, Danger. I'm on Leave No Witness because I did scroll through his videos, and a lot of the stuff that I was saying, yeah, he had the actual video footage. So if me and Leave No Witness ever, come together to kind of like tackle this thing, man, we'll be a force to be reckoned with. Now, I don't believe everything he's saying, but he does have video footage, and it's just that his interpretation is just a little different than mine's and things, but it still doesn't take away or detract from that of what we're trying to convey in the case. It's just that we just have two different point of views and things and stuff. But I mean, that's life. Everybody is not going to agree with everything, and so to come with two different perspectives, well, that's even better, because then the people can decide as to which is what or what is which. Now, I don't have all of the video footage. He does. But I know enough about this case to go ahead and give you a narrative based upon what was given. And I don't look and just take bits and pieces of it and then just call it law and then just totally forget everything. No, I try to take that what they have given and incorporate it into the whole grand scheme of things, not just say, okay, well, just because we see this video footage, that just totally debunks everything that was ever said in this case. No, I mean, if you do that, then you're only just playing yourself, because it's more to this case than just a couple of little videos that, was produced and things and that was shown. But Danger, I do go through and scroll through Leave No Witness videos, and that of what I can be able to use, I use in things, and take it from there and just give you my point of view as to how I view that. But yeah, he's got some real good, crystal clear cut stuff, and he's got some real good software that can enhance. But see, the only thing that I don't like about Leave No Witness, when he does his commentary, he does too much of the filtering. Well, we already understand that the videos was edited, so all of the filtering I don't think you need to do, because with the greater understanding that the videos was edited, I don't think you need to go overkill to try to prove that there was somebody there in the video. I think that's a given. And to spend more time in filtering the videos than to sitting here and explaining, okay, well, this is the area that she was at according to the timeline that they gave, and then going ahead and match that up with all of the other narratives and all of the other statements. I mean, not statements, but comments in posts that the people made, and then match that up. I think if he focused more upon that, then I think that it will really enhance that of what he's doing, even more so than just playing with the filters and changing the contrast of the videos and things, just to try to prove a point that people was in there and things of that nature. I mean, it is what it is, and that's what it is. So, but yeah, he's got some good stuff, my friend. Definitely got some good stuff. But see, people, this is what I'm saying. if I can connect with some of these other content creators and everybody get out their feelings and things and stuff, then I think that we can be able to politic and get some real good stuff done, in this case and stuff, instead of being at each other. I mean, I respect everybody's opinion in things, but then at the end of the day, I want the people to explain, in great detail, that of what they're trying to convey. And if they do that, then I think that will bring a lot more clarity out of confusion. And then, go ahead and express that to the degree as to how that plays into everything else in this case. And I think if they take the time out to do that, then it will take down a lot of confusion, But I mean, that is just a hope of mine that the people can be able to do, instead of getting all into their feelings and stuff and thinking that everybody is up against some things. No, my stance has always been, if you have something to say about the case, then explain it in great detail, so then the people can be able to get a greater understanding as to what you're trying to convey. But just continue to keep throwing stuff out there without explaining it. And the people on this channel is used to the people explaining it. Well, now you're going to start something. And so then when the people start coming after you and start challenging you upon the things that you're saying, don't get pissed off, don't get mad, don't get angry, because this is just how the people are conditioned. I have a lot of people come in and just keep dropping gems and stuff, but they can't explain anything. And that's just not going to work with the people on this channel. I tell you guys that. And then what I also say is, it is incumbent upon each and every one of you to keep up with my lives. Now, you can't just come and just blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that and stuff, and then thinking I'm going to stop my live just to go and answer a few questions. No, peoples. You, as an individual, need to watch my lives so you can stay abreast as to what I'm saying. Now, if you don't watch the lives, then you'll never know. And if you don't know, well, then you'll never grow. And then if you never grow and, you come in and say something, and then I say, no, then now here it is. It's a tit for tat type of thing. It's a battle. And then I guarantee you're going to lose, because you haven't watched the things that I have shown you. And I've already talked about this, in great detail, in great length. And I've already brought out the receipts to prove what I say. So, again, you got to, you people, every last one of you, if you don't watch the lives, well, then my best suggestion to you is just to shh, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing until you watch the lives, and then come up to the speed and come up to the part to where I'm on and things and stuff. Terrell, you don't know me, my friend. You need to learn me, and you need to understand where I'm coming from. I'm not attacking you. I'm just telling you. It's a difference between attacking and telling. It's a difference between telling you to go watch the live so you can be abreast as to what I'm trying to say, than to me sit here and say, oh, well, you're stupid, you're hilarious, you're nefarious. Now that's attacking. And I have done that to people who came to my channel to say such things and stuff. I'll call them out to the carpet. But I'm not attacking you. I'm just giving you some insight, and I'm just telling you these are the things that you need to do. So understand the difference, and then take the time out to get to know me get to know my personality, get to know my style, get to know how I do when I run my lives and stuff. See, you just come in on the forefront, and now you're all in your feelings and stuff because of the things that I'm saying. But I'm just trying to give you some education so you don't make the mistake and things, because it won't be only me, it'll be other people, it'll be my moderators that'll be on you, it'll be other people in the community that'll be on you. And that's the one thing I don't want to happen, is what I'm trying to educate you upon, my friend. So take your time, watch my lives, get to know me, get to know my personality, get to know my style, get to know my ways, get to know why I say certain things and stuff. Then you'll have a full understanding as to what I'm saying. Okay. All right. So again, peoples, I see my peoples came in. So let me give a shout out to hello, Deborah G. How are you, Mel? It is a blessing to see you on today. All right, peoples. We're gonna get back into this. I hope and pray that the things that I'm showing you guys are very fruitful and very helpful. You know, I hope and pray. And I hope and pray that these discoveries that you guys find and stuff, come and share. Be to the degree to where you guys would want to share with this channel, because again, I haven't saw what everybody else did, and I'm just curious to see what they had to say. And then let's come together and let's talk about it. That's all, you know. Let's talk about it and let's compare notes and things, and see if we can come up with something that works for all of us, instead of just, you know, you guys thinking I'm a dictator. Nah, I'm just messing with you guys. But anyway, let's get back on to this, people. But again, Terrell and State Danger, thank you so much for your commentary. I greatly appreciate both of you. And y'all stay here. Make this your home, and y'all just continue to keep chiming out. I'll just be back in the bushes, and I'll just let my moderators and everybody speak to that of what you guys are asking and things. You see that? You see that, right? Okay, so look at that, because that's going to be so significant in what I'm about to show you next, peoples. Okay, and then there is Kenneka Jenkins right there. There you can see right under her neck, there's the two little lines that always demonstrate Kenneka Jenkins, because Kenneka always had those two little lines under her neck. And Kenneka all the time is perking up her lips, and Kenneka all the time has the part right in the center of her head. And then you can see the profile of Kenneka's head in the back in the mirror, right there. And there's Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples, in the flesh, in the bathroom with Monifa and Shemaya. And I was in the video. This is the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, right there. Okay, y'all see that, right? Now, I want you to notice something, peoples. Notice how thin Kenneka's face is right here. Y'all see that, right? Notice how thin it is. See that, right? Okay, so now when we look at that picture versus the picture of her in the freezer, look how bloated her face has gotten. Look how swollen her face has gotten. See that? Look how swollen her lips is and stuff. And look. See that? And so people's at the end of this live, if it don't be too late, then I'm gonna open up and we'll just have an open discussion about everything that you guys want to ask or want to say, you know, in things. And I may not confine the video that you guys are referencing, you know, immediately and stuff, but I will take notes and then I will go to seek that of what you guys are conveying, and then we'll go in great depth to look at that of what you guys are saying and things, and then, you know, we'll work our way from there and stuff. So all of the things that you guys have mentioned, I am taking notes and stuff, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to address those things with you guys and stuff, because I want everybody to have some good clarity. You know, I want clarity out of confusion. It ain't no arguments. It ain't no bitterness, no strife, no putting people down and things like that. It's just having a good, wholesome conversation. But you got to be able to have a thick skin, people. You know, don't come in being all in your feelings. Come in with a thick skin and come in with the determination that if this is what you believe, it's what you believe, and stand 10 toes down upon that. I can respect the person when they stand 10 toes down upon what they believe. Then somebody want to come in and shuck and jive. Now you shuck and jive, I can tell right off the bat, and then you'll get a different side of me. But if you come in authentically in believing in what you're saying, well, then I can totally respect that, and then we can have a good, wholesome conversation behind that. But as this picture, peoples, as you can see, in the picture of Kanika being in the bathroom, which, you know, a lot of people say that that's not Kanika, and then a lot of people say that is Kanika. Well, I have went in depth with this picture, and I have shown you unequivocally and undeniably that picture that is on the far right of the young lady puckering her lips is the real Kanika Jenkins. Now, you ain't got to take my word for it, but you need to go back and watch my live so you can get a greater understanding as to how I proved that that was the real Kanika. But set aside from that, peoples, if you look at the cheekbone, you look at the high cheekbone. Kanika Jenkins has a high cheekbone. And so if you look at the right picture as versus the left picture, you look at the cheek, it matches. She was swollen in the freezer, but she wasn't swollen when she was in the room. And if you look at the bottom lips, the young lady in the freezer, which is Kanika, has booty lips. And if you look at Kanika, when she puckers up, she has booty lips. And I have proven that on other pictures as well. Then you look at her nose. Well, you can see by the nose, peoples, that if you look at the tip of the nose and it's a different angle, the bottom nostrils matches and the bottom part of the nose matches just the same. But in the picture in the freeze, in the bathroom, she has her head tilted, but then in the freezer she has her head upright. You can see the oval face, and you can see the oval face in the one on the left. But you got to understand that the one on the left in the freezer, she's swollen. She was beaten in the face. She's swollen. She was in the freezer. But her face is not swollen on the right. But again, you know, it's not for me to tell you, and it's not for me to try to convince you that it's Kanika. I mean, you make your own decision. You make your own decision whether you believe it's Kanika or not. But whatever decision that you make, explain to us in great detail why you feel it is Kanika or why you feel it's not Kanika. Not just say, oh no, that's not Kanika, and you know, just leave it like that. That doesn't do no good for us. You know, we like to get a greater understanding as to what your thoughts and views is. And Arnold Lamar, you are absolutely right. They redid her hair. They redid her hair, because it was flat iron straight. But remember, TM, if we go back to the case files and stuff and go back to the videos, you got to remember that TM had said that she had soap and water in her hair. So when you got soap and water in synthetic hair, what do you think that the hair is going to do? It's going to curl up and it's going to be all matted looking, right? Well, look at what's happening right here. Because you got to remember, Kanika wore a wig, which is flat iron straight. And so when soap and water comes to synthetic hair, what do you think is going to happen to the hair? And the hair is unnatural, as you can see in the picture on the left. Now, the ladies can chime out even greater about that because I don't wear wigs, but they can tell you how wigs get when you apply soap and water to it. And so, it's uncommon people wash wigs. That's why they try their best not to get anything in it so they don't have to wash it. But when water gets to a wig, and if you don't have the right products to keep it in its original state, well then, yeah, this is what you're going to get right here in the picture that is on the left. And so, again, people, when you're looking at this, you got to apply. You got to apply good, wholesome common sense. I mean, I'm not saying that you're right, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, explain in great detail why you believe X, Y, and Z, so we can talk about it. So I can get an understanding where you're coming from, and then you'll get a greater understanding of where I'm coming from. And then, we'll work it from there. But think about what you say before you say it. We're not dealing with her original hair. We're dealing with a wig that she normally wears. That's why you see in the middle picture, the hair is all knotted up and it's in twigs and things. And her hair is very short. That's why she wore wigs. Because if her hair was long, well, then her hair would have been stretched out even further than what it is in the picture in the middle. As you can see, it wouldn't have been in little twigs. If her hair was really long and stuff, she wouldn't have to wear no wig because she'd just flat on and straight her hair and wear her hair just as is. But she never did that. She's all the time wearing wigs because she had short hair, as you can see in the picture in the middle. You see, so it's always an explanation for things. But when you're talking, I like meticulous thinking people, which is what Arnold Lamar is doing, thinking outside the box and looking at it with a critical eye and assessing it for the way that he sees it, And if people disagree with you, they just disagree with you. Who cares? That's fine, because nobody's here to always agree. And then people may always disagree, but that's fine. You believe what you believe. And that's it. As long as you're satisfied with what you see and what you believe, that's all that matters. You ain't got to sit here and try to convince the masses. Just speak your piece and defend it, and then be done with it. Look at it, peoples, because there she is right there. That's Kanika Jenkins right there, peoples. Of what she was looking at in the bathroom and what she's looking like in the freezer. See that? See how swollen she got? And so she transformed from this to this to this. And look at it. They took off her wig and stuff. Now the bruising around her eyes and everything is so pronounced now. See that? Around her eyes, around her lower eye, around her eye right here, around her eye right there. And then look at the scar around her lips. And then you can see the bruising up on her forehead and on the side right here and up right here. This girl was beaten. She was beaten. Clearly see that. There it is right there, people. It's in your face. So how do you go from looking like this to like this to like this, and then all of a sudden you come out the gurney and you're looking like this and you're decomposed? How? And you say, oh, well, no, that's the video and stuff. People's look. Don't be stupid. I took the video straight from Leave No Witness, and I did a screenshot of it. And even in the video, from the distance from where the camera was, you can clearly see the girl's face was decomposed. It was all bloated. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that and figure that out, peoples. Now, you heard what I said, right? I said I took the video straight from Leave No Witness. Took the video straight from Leave No Witness. So if he has something I can use, yeah, I'm going to use it. And I took the video straight from his thing. So, you know, again, it's another content creator who has the video footage that I took it straight from the video footage and stuff. And there you have it. So my question is, how are you going to go from being in the bathroom looking the way that you are to looking at the way that you are in the freezer to looking the way that you are on a gurney in a establishment to looking the way that you are on a gurney that you were supposed to be at the funeral home? It doesn't make no sense, people. In the gurney, on the gurney in the establishment, she is decomposed. So it ain't no way you're going to come from a freezer to a decomposed picture to a picture that she was supposed to have taken at the funeral home. It doesn't work that way, people. I have filmed thousands of funerals, and never in my whole time of traveling the United States and filming funerals all over the United States have I ever seen anything like this, peoples. Have I ever seen anything like this? And then I can tell you, peoples, I can tell you unequivocally and undeniably, because if you go back and watch some of my lives, you see that little tuft of hair that is on a forehead right here of the picture in the freezer, that little tuft of hair right there that is on her forehead. It is the same tuft of hair that is so demonstrated when he had lifted up her head from the gurney. It is the same tuft of hair. You can go back and watch anybody's video. Go watch Leave No Witness video, and you will see when they took the body out from the freezer and they lift that girl's head up, freeze frame that, and you will see that same little curl tuft of hair on the person's forehead on the gurney. On the gurney. In the kitchen. It is Kanika Jenkins on the gurney. Now, the composure and arrangements, peoples, it ain't the way that they are projecting and are presenting it. It didn't happen in the manner to which they're saying it. And this is what I've been trying to tell the people for the longest time. They took those pictures days before the supposed TM had came to view the body. I have already proven that. You don't believe me? I'm telling you what to do. You need to do your research so you can get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey. But if you don't do it, just be ignorant. Just be ignorant. And then when you want to challenge me and you want to say that you're right, well, then I'm going to stand 10 toes down and I'm going to call you hilarious and nefarious. Because all you have to do is just go and do the various things I am asking you to do. And that is take the video footage and compare it to the picture. When he lifts up her head, and you will see the same tuft of hair on her forehead. You see the same tuft of hair, peoples. And so the question is, peoples, when did they go and take the picture of her at the supposed funeral home? Because see, the thing is, peoples, all they did was just take out the wig, took the picture, and then put that wig right back on her head. It is my summation, peoples, that at the time to when she was in this freezer and they took those pictures, they took that body out, and when they put that body on that gurney, to when they were saying that, oh yeah, you know, this is how my babe looked when she was at the funeral home. It wasn't no real funeral home, people. It was down below in the basement of the establishment, because the establishment was built over of a hospital. And I believe that they took Kanika's organs and then placed her body back in the freezer to make it look like, you know, she was just there. But that's why the body is decomposed. These pictures, if one would think and think logically, the timeline would be, once you come out the freezer, you come and be on a gurney to be identified. And once you be on the gurney to be identified, then you go to the funeral home to go and have your body prepped. But that wasn't the case in this case. And then even I shown you, because I shown you the little short earlier of when T. Slay had even told you herself. She never mentioned the 9th. She never mentioned that Kanika Jenkins was ever there on the 9th. She said Kanika was missing on the 8th. And if Kanika was missing on the 8th, that is indicative of the fact of what I've been saying, people, is that Kanika had to be there on the 7th, leading into the 8th, not the 8th, leading into the 9th. I got many YouTubers that even expressed that Kanika was not there at the establishment on the 9th. I got Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina, who had stated the same thing. I got T. Slay, who had stated the same thing. And then there was the other few content creators who had literally stated the same thing, peoples. So when the people think that Kanika walked the halls of that establishment on the 9th, you're stupid. You're stupid, because it could not have happened. And if it did happen, then these other content creators would have said so, but they didn't. They didn't, peoples. And I've already shown you the various videos in which they had literally coincided with the narrative I had put out there for over 7+ years, peoples, that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls, people. And I'm going to clarify this again when I say that, because I said this many times before. When I say Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, basically what I have been saying since day one when I first said it is that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night, the day to when they said that she did. She never did. She was not alive. It wasn't her. It wasn't her walking the halls. I've said that many times before. And if you watch my live, then you understand why I said that and when I said that, peoples. So if you don't watch my lives, you'll never know what I'm saying. And then you get confused. And then you start talking off the side of your neck and stuff about some things you don't even know what you're saying. Terrell has said hair covering the neck up in the first pic, and look how the blanket is pulled up on the second picture. Exactly my point. Why? Because it was something that they did to her neck that they did not want you to see. And not only did they pull the hair around her neck in the freezer, they did it on the gurney at the point in time to when they said, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. And then they did that inside the establishment when her body was lying in state on the gurney at the establishment. So you got 3 pictures of her neck being covered. And why is that, peoples? Like I said, I filmed over 20 years funerals, and I ain't never seen the likes of such. I ain't never seen the likes. I ain't never seen the coroner, the funeral director, and all of these people push the cover up to the neck. You're only doing that to camouflage something or to cover up something, right? It's the only time, peoples. And you did that in 3 pictures? And then even when they said that that was her in the casket at the funeral home, guess what happened, peoples? They had the neck covered. Go back and look at that picture. They had the neck covered. Not only did they have the neck covered, peoples, but they had 2 different color caskets. That they brought to the establishment. But there's only one girl who was supposed to be Kenneka. And this is why I say that I don't believe, for the likes of me, that Kenneka ever was buried in that ground or was ever in that casket. Now, we can go back and we do a comparison. We can talk about this till we blow in the face. But, you know, I know what I'm talking about. And I know what I'm seeing. So when you guys are ready, you know, we can bust in and we can change some things and we can get down to the nitty gritty. But I need you to come with some ammunition before you ever come and speak to me. Come and prove your stance. There's a lot of videos still out there. Come prove your stance. As Honesty said, it doesn't make no sense, peoples. Doesn't make no sense. None of this shit is in chronological order. It's in the order to which they put it to try to give reference to the various things that they're saying. But don't be fooled, people. Don't be fooled. You know, you got to come with some eagle eyes and you got to come and look at this thing for what it is. And then you got to ask yourself the question. How if I was to go retrieve a body and things, what would be the most reasonable and logical explanation when I'm looking at these pictures? logically, it says that if you're in the freezer, you died in the freezer, you're going to come out the freezer and you're going to be brought on a gurney to be identified, right? But if you're going to be out on a gurney to be identified, your body shouldn't be decomposed. It shouldn't be. But why is it decomposed, peoples? And like I said, I brought the video footage off right from Leave No Witness. Just like what Stay Danger had said. Leave No Witness got some good video footage. And I got it from his channel. You just heard me say that. I got it from his channel. So if another content creator literally agrees with the narrative that she was decomposed, well, then what is that telling you? What is that telling you, peoples? I mean, shit, if another content creator is playing a video and I take an excerpt of his video and explain to you, this girl is decomposed on the gurney, what is that telling you? Gina to you had said, yep, that is where they messed up. The look and the order of when the pictures were taken are out of order. And that's where they messed up big time, peoples. And all of the people who ever talked about this case never even referenced that other than Edward Joseph. I've told you many times over. See, the thing is, people, you know, these YouTubers, they'll never admit when they were wrong. They'll never admit it because they don't want their subscribers. They don't want to lose their subscribers. That's why I had to get on T Slay shit and stuff, because she said some shit and she talked so much shit and stuff that I had to use her own words up against her and make a short to let the people know this bullshit that she was saying is fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious, and that she's been agreeing with me all of this time. If you go back and look at that short, and I'm going to make another short to go in even further so she can say what she said and tell you that she's all mixed up. And that's why I catch all of these YouTubers, people. See, they don't want to challenge me because, see, I got a mind like an elephant. I never forget. And when you come live and you start to express some things, you better make damn sure that you continue to keep repeating what you're saying. And you better make damn sure that what you're saying is actual, factual, and true to the degree that you can. You better make sure that you stand 10 toes down with what you're saying, because if not, it's going to be people like me that's going to debunk the hell out of your ass and show you up for the nefarious bullshit and madness you're speaking. So if you're going to sit here and just take all of these YouTubers' words for it, but then if I cross your path and I see that and I hear that, oh, I'm coming after you. And I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out. And if you can stand 10 toes down with it, well, hey, let me give your ass a biscotti, a dog biscuit, and send your ass on your way. Because, see, I always said, peoples, this is one of the reasons why all of the YouTubers, the other YouTubers that I ever called out, this is why they never challenged me. This is why you never seen any of my video footage up on their channels. They try to challenge me or debunk me because they know they know I stand 10 toes down. And I don't give two rats asses what they say. That's why they never do it, peoples. This is why they can't never debunk me, because they know I'm right. And they know that they're wrong. They can't debunk me, peoples, because if they did, they could and they would come to my live and do so, but they never did. Out of 7+ years, even the Kanika Jenkins sector couldn't even stand up against Edward Joseph. And I brought so much stuff out of this case, peoples, that has never been talked about from no other YouTuber. None whatsoever. Now, I got history, peoples. I got history. They can't challenge me. They can't. They could talk all of their shit up on their channel, but then when it comes down to it, and I see the bullshit that they're saying, you know what I do? I just take a little excerpt, make a live, and then just debunk the madness out of them and show their asses up and call them hilarious and nefarious for the bullshit that they've been saying. But they can't do it to me. They can't. And you know why they can't? Because one, they know I'm right. Because I don't just tell it, I show it. I walk it down like I'm doing right now. And then two, they don't want their subscribers to come to my channel to listen to some good juicy juicies. That's the other thing. See, they know that I will mess up their little game because all of them have a narrative and all of them been saying this and that and the other. But see, they're not encompassing the whole entire enchilada. I did. They're not even talking about the man who was in Kanika's phone. I did. They're not even talking about the 6 girls who played Kanika, whose hairstyles I have literally shown you the different hairstyles that these girls was wearing. I did. Nobody ever brought that out other than Edward Joseph. And if they knew, they would have said it, but you never heard it until you heard it off my live. And that's how hilarious and nefarious these people are. They are bullshitters. They are lollipops. They are suckers. They're suckers. They're lollipops. And if they had any validity to the stupidity that they've been saying, well, then shit, come on, peoples. Even Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina, I've already debunked her ass many times over, and she was my greatest nemesis. And I shut her ass up once and for all. And her peoples. The suckers ain't saying no shit to Edward Joseph now, because I've already debunked her ass. And I've already shown you that she was an ump and that she put out all of this hilarious and nefarious bullshit. That's why she had to leave the channel. I stricken her ass twice. I was going to go for the gusto and strike her ass out of here. That's why she left and started a whole new channel. She left the Kanika Jenkins case because of Edward Joseph, because I got on her shit. She taught me how to do what she does, and I turned that shit around, and I did it to her and got her ass out of here. I did that. See, the Lord says, people, I will make your enemies your footstool. What man has things done for your demise, God spins that around and turns it for your good. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So when you do things that was meant for evil for me, God turns that situation around and meant it for my good. So the very things that you do that try to be evil for me, God spins that around. And he gives me the various things that you're doing and gives it right back to you and then gets you out of here. You can't mess with a child of God and expect to get away with it, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't matter how I am. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I do. I'm still a child of God. God still protects me. You know, God knows I have a fault. God knows what I'm dealing with and stuff, and he's changing it. You see it. You know, I ain't like I used to be. I ain't cussing up a storm like I used to be and stuff. I was cussing like a sailor. Oh man, I was just a badass and things. But see, the Lord is getting to me, and the Lord says, hey, you know, that ain't representing me. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so every time I go against the various things that the Lord tells me not to do, I get whipped with many stripes, peoples. Yes, I do. And so the change is coming, and it's coming gradually, but you see the change. I ain't like I used to be. Thank you, Jesus. And the Lord is just keep reminding me, you ain't got to worry about these hilarious and nefarious lollipops. Everything, what they meant for your demise, I turned that around and meant it for your good. I lost all of my channels, peoples. But then the Lord put into my spirit, this is what I want you to say. This is what I want you to do. And you're going to get back everything that you have lost. And I did. I was just like Job. When Job lost everything, his wife, his friends, his children, his money, he lost everything. But he didn't lose faith in God. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I was just like Job. Damn it, I lost my channels. I lost my people. You know, I lost a lot. But I didn't lose my faith in God. And the Lord told me how to get it back. This is what I want you to do. And I did that. And it took me some years, but I got all of my channels back. I said I got all of my channels back. And then some. And when y'all thought that y'all was going to put out false propaganda up on me and try to get me out of here, talk about my family and stuff, talk about my deceased mother, talk about my kids and everything. Oh, yeah, y'all did a number up on me. Yeah, it hurt it. But then look, they did the same thing to Job. But I fought back. Now, where's my naysayers now? Where's those lollipops now? Where's all of those lollipops that tried to keep me down? That was instrumental in taking my channel down and sat back and laughed and things. Where are their lollipop asses now? Those suckers ain't nowhere to be found. Because the Lord told me that he will make my enemies my footstool and I will rise above them. And that's exactly what I did. Where's those suckers at now? They ain't talking about me now. They ain't making no lives about Edward Joseph and his family now. Are they? Hell to the no. See, everything that they did to me, peoples, I've learned from it, and then I turned it around and I gave them exactly what they were giving me. And when I did that, peoples, boy, look at here. Look at me now. I'm standing 10 toes down, and I'm standing strong, and I'm standing tall with my chest poked out and my head up high and my arms lifted up in the air. Thank you, Jesus. God did that. I didn't do that. I didn't have the power to do that. All I did was just kept the faith and know that he was going to fight my battles. He said, stand still and know that I am God. And I will fight your battles. He told me, vengeance is mine, said the Lord. I don't have to go back and get back at you, and you. God did that for me. And shut your asses up big time. Now where your asses at now? You lollipop lickers, you suckers. You thought that you was going to destroy me, but you didn't. The only thing you did was just lift me up. He said in his word, he said, if I be lifted up from the earth, I will draw all men unto me. I never lose my faith. And look at me now, peoples. I am a living testimony. And then you ask me why I am the way that I am? Because I am did that. Do you know who I am is? He said, I am that I am. Y'all remember that song? You are the great I am. Just for who you are in all of your glory. You are the great I am. Yes, the great I am. See, a lot of people didn't know that God is I am. When Moses was there with his brother, and he was in the council of Pharaoh, and he was in the council of Pharaoh, but Moses had asked God, how could I speak to these your people? How could I go before Pharaoh and express to him that of what you are requiring me to do? And God told Moses, he said, tell him I am that I am sent you. And to tell him to let my people go. I am the great I am. The Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. The one that you can't even be able to describe in words. See. When you are a child of God, you don't worry about what the naysayers say. You don't worry about them. I don't worry about what the people say about me, what they tried to do to me. They tried to destroy me, but they couldn't. They tried to destroy Jesus, but they couldn't. He said, no man takes my life, but I lay it down. When Jesus was there on the cross and he had his arms stretched out wide, and they took the spear and they literally pierced him in the side, blood and water poured out of his side and ran down his body. They put a thorny crown upon his head. They put a purple robe around him and they hung him high. And then Christ had said, if I be lifted up from the earth, I will draw all men unto me. Lift him up, lift the Savior up. And that is exactly what they did, people. They lifted him up from the earth. And when Jesus hung up on the cross, one of the most profound words that he had said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And see, all of those things that they did to Christ, leading himself up to Calvary's cross, Golgotha's heel. It's called the heel of the skulls, peoples. That's where Jesus died. You know, he had dragged that old rugged cross up on his back, and he was on Golgotha's hill, walking up in what they call Calvary. Calvary, Calvary. Surely he died on Calvary. But see, Jesus uttered those words, people. I didn't. He said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And see, Jesus was persecuted. Must Jesus bear this cross alone and all the world go free? For there is a cross for everyone, and there is a cross for me. And so, peoples, I'm only in human flesh. Christ was the deity. He was the omnipotent one. He is. Not was. He is the omnipotent one. He is the one that can be omnipresent, peoples. He can be everywhere at one time, and at one time everywhere. He can be nowhere but still be there. Oh, that's above your head, peoples. I got to go ahead and I got to do a little Bible study with you guys on another day, peoples. But I'm just here to tell you. I'm just here to tell you, peoples. Never judge a book by its cover, peoples. You know, because it's more to me than meets the eye. Now, this is just only an internet persona. You know, this is not how I am in real life and things. Although I am tenacious, I am bodacious, and I am outrageous, but in a good way, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, Edward Joseph don't tolerate mess, madness, and confusion. And see, God said in his word, I am not the author of confusion. You know, 7 things God hate. 7 things God's hate. And one of the things is he who sows discords amongst the brethren. That is one of the 7 things God hates. He hates people who sows discord. I hate that with a passion. I hate it when you come into my life and sow discords amongst the people. I hate it. This is why I come in a different manner, peoples. You know, I hate it with a passion. Why is it that you want to all the time come in and be disruptive? When everybody is all on one accord, you got to be that one that just got to just stand out of the crowd, got to speak out loud, and just got to garner the attention. I hate when people do that. Why do you try to make it about you when it ain't about you? People have always tell my moderators that it ain't about Edward Joseph, it's about the channel. Now, if you don't like the way that Edward Joseph is composing himself or doing his lives and stuff, but then your ass is free to leave. You can go. Nobody is asking you to stay here. Leave. But don't come in and disrupt the channel. It ain't about me. It ain't about you. It's about the channel. Help me grow the channel. But some of you just don't get it. And this is why I have to exit you out of here. Y'all just thinking that just because I curse, that I'm not a child of God. Oh, people's look at all of God's disciples. They wasn't squeaky clean. Paul used to curse up a storm. But Paul's name was Saul before it became Paul. Remember on the Damascus Road when Jesus had to go ahead and knock him off the ass and blinded him for several days and stuff. And he heard from heaven himself. He said, Saul, Saul, why dost thou persecute me? And after experience with heaven, God changed his name from Saul to Paul. And he became one of the most prolific and profound preachers of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Preaching and teaching So don't get on me about me cussing. If you got a problem with me cussing, pray for me. You know that song. Pray for me. Doom doom doom. Doom doom doom. Pray for me. And then this is what you say. Tell my brother to pray for me, for me, for me. When you bow, doom, 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 at the altar. And then he said, please don't forget to pray for me. See, you got to pray for me, people. Don't talk about me. Pray for me. Ask the Lord to restore me. Pray for me, people. That's all you got to do. See, if I ever step out of character and I'm not being the very best that I can possibly be, don't talk about me. Pray for me. Ask the Lord to restore me. He who is spiritual, come and restore such a one, lest he be tempted. So if you, my brother and sister, and you're in Christ, you don't talk about me, people. You don't put me down. You pray for me. And ask God to restore unto me that of what I used to be. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know, after I do my lives, I go and I travail to the Lord and I cry out to the Lord because, you know, this flesh and blood, I'm wrestling. I'm wrestling because I'm wrestling with all of these demonic spirits that's all the time coming to attack me. A lot of times when I get off the live, I'll be so exhausted in things, peoples. I'll be so exhausted and I just want to go to sleep and stuff, but I dare not go to sleep without praying. And I pray for each and every one of you. And I prayed the good Lord for my strength. So if I was to die, take my soul to heaven. Forgive me for my sins. Everything that I said that and did that was wrong. Take it away from me. Create in me a clean heart and renew in me the right spirit. So then I can be able to come and be the best representation of you. But see, we're only human people. So, you know, we tend to falter, we tend to fail, you know, we tend to go through these things, but it really doesn't matter because the Lord knows your heart. See, man looks after the outer appearance, but God looks after the heart. And if the Lord was very, very, very displeased with all of the things that I'm doing, people, well, then God knows how to bring me back. He knows how to strike me down. He knows how to chastise me. See, God chastens the one whom he loves. And if you're not being convicted, peoples, well, then you ain't nothing but a sinner. And you got a reprobated mind. And your days is numbered. And when you die, you're going to hell. I'm not projecting anybody to get there and stuff, but that's the word of God, peoples. If you're not being convicted, if you don't feel sorry for the things that you're doing, well, then that means that God ain't chasing you. He's already let you go. He's already gave you many warnings and stuff, but you didn't want to take heed to it. And so now when you close your eyes, you're just going to be like the rich man. in hell is where you're going to lift up your eyes and you're going to burn for all eternity. Now, I'm not here to give a Sunday morning lesson and things and stuff, people. So I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you simply this. Every last person who risen up against me has fallen. And it ain't me. It's the God in me. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I don't go and purposely do things to people. So this is why I don't worry about you trying to do things to me. But every time you try to destroy me, look at God. God comes in and he go ahead and just like a tidal wave, he wipes you out of here. And I ain't got to worry about you no more. All of that madness that you guys try to do to me, look at God. And I got some people in here who had witnessed firsthand the things that I've went through throughout all of these many years that I've been doing my lives and stuff. And then you ask me why I am the way that I am. Well, because at some point in time, people, as a human being, you get tired. You get tired of people trying to run over you, trying to tell you what to do and trying to control you and things. You can't control me, peoples. You can't tell me what to do on my live. You cannot manipulate me because I smell a snake, a rat a mile away. I see it. God gives me eagle eyes. Do you not think for one moment I don't know anything that's happening in my channel and all of the fake shit that you guys be doing behind the scenes and stuff? All of the things that you guys are saying and doing and stuff. You think I'm not aware of all of that? I don't have to speak to everything, peoples. I just leave it in the Lord's hands and let the Lord handle you. Because see, the one thing that I do know, peoples, is God will always show them up and show them out, bring them out the fold and put them on front and center and let the people see. You know, I don't have to do that, peoples. God does it for me. And every one of you who tried to do all of this madness towards me, you falter and you fail. Then you get all worked up, you get all in your feelings, you get all sassy, you get all angry, you get all bitter, you don't want to talk to me, you don't want to politic with me, but God damn it, you're the one who brought it on. Don't blame me for your foolishness. You're the boo-boo the fool. You did that. All I did was gave you a platform to try to bring that of what you tried to convey to the people. But sneaky, you tried to take the people. Tried to commandeer the people. Tried to steer the people in a different way. You did that. And then you want to blame it on me. Now you don't want to politic with me because I called your ass out. And you thought that I was foolish. No, I showed you who was foolish. You're the one who was foolish because you're the one who thought that you was going to woo me and screw me, but it didn't work. Do you see what I'm saying? See? Yeah, you did it. You don't want to politic with me, but that's okay. I don't love you no less. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't love you no less. I don't have no ought up against you. I'm just saying simply this. You can't take me as a fool and thinking that you're going to run over me. You stupid. Every last one of you who tried to do that, you stupid, because look at me now. God has elevated me. God has celebrated me. God has done great things for me. So you thought that I didn't see. I saw it. Saw it clear as daylight. But I said, enough is enough. It's time for me to put my foot down. It's time for me to start speaking to the people who wants to do me wrong. That's why you ain't talking to me today. Because, see, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. See, if I really wanted to, I could have blocked you from everything that I'm doing. I didn't. I just kept silent. I just called you out and then just kept silent behind that and still allowed you in so you can see what's going on. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you call yourself getting back at me because you ain't talking to me, that's fine. Because I'm not convicted. You are. You are. And it's just like what the young lady said on The Color Purple. Until you do right by me, everything that you do will falter and fail. Because I have done nothing to you but just try to be a friend. That's all. I just tried to be a friend. I opened myself up and embraced you and tried to be your friend. What a friend we have in Jesus. All our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit, and what needless pains we are bear. It's all because we do not carry everything to my God in prayer. My God. Thank you, Jesus. See, that's what happens whenever I am distressed and under arrest for the nefarious madness that you guys be bringing. All I did was just try to be a friend, peoples. That's all I did. And then look what it got me. But remember what the young lady had sung, that young lady, that gospel lady who had sung, Leandra. When she had sung that song, she said, friends left me. Friends left me. Y'all remember that? I played that song on last night. Here, let me go back to that, people. Let me go back to that, because I think just for one moment, we just need a praise break just for one moment. Is that all right, people? Can I just get a praise break just for one moment? I got to go back to that. Where is that? I just got to go back to that just for one moment, people, because somebody needs to hear this. Somebody needs to hear this. Somebody is going through with some madness, that a family member, that a friend, that a husband, that a wife, that some kids, that somebody on their job, somebody is doing to them, saying to them, and so, and you need to understand that, look, God is here. God is here, and he's going to take care of them. You ain't got to worry about it. Do you understand? Do you hear me, people? You ain't got to worry about it. God is going to take care of you. Let's listen to this, peoples, right quick. Let's listen to this right here, peoples. She sung that song, boy. Here, where is that? Let me see. Okay, so it's that right there. So let me share this real quick. And I want you guys to listen to what she said. She said, my friends left me. Sing that song now. Did you hear what she said? She says, friends left me. Friends left me. Friends left me. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. But you know something? I said, God is. Ooh, thank you, Jesus. God is my all and all. Come on, sing that one more time for me, Mel. And she said, God is my all and all. And see, peoples, this is why I don't worry about a thing. I don't worry about what the people say or try to do to me. Thank you, Jesus. Ooh, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. This is why I lift my hands to heaven and I praise God in the manner to which I do, peoples. You know, this is why I do it. Thank God. I thank God for everything that he has done. Thank him. I just want to play one more and then we're going to move on, peoples. Just want to play one more. Is that all right, peoples? See, I can't help it, peoples. I can't help it. This is the way that my mama raised me. This is the way that my grandmama raised me. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know, when the goodness is in you and you got to go ahead and you got to take time out and give time out to the Lord, well, then that's what you have to do, peoples. You know, that's what you have to do. You can't be stingy. When the Lord is requiring just a smidgen of your time, and the Lord says, look, just take a moment and just have a praise break. Just take a moment to say, thank you, Jesus. That's what you got to do, peoples. You know, see, all too often we get so tied up, wrapped up, and tangled up in the things that we want to do. But see, God told you he's a jealous God. You know, he's jealous because when all of these other things is garnering your attention and is taken away from him, well, the Lord wants you to go ahead and give him a little bit of praise as well. And that's all that he's asking for, people. He's not asking for much. And so when the Lord asks you that, are you going to give it to him, people? Are you going to do it? Or are you going to be conceited, obnoxious, rebellious, conceited, with a contrite spirit and say, nah, I ain't doing nothing. Nah, I'll give you the time of the day when I decide to do it. Really, peoples? Really? All right. Well, I ain't going to be like that, peoples. I'm going to do what the Lord set up on my heart to do. And I'm going to share with the people what God wants me to share with you. Is that all right, peoples? And for all those who don't like it, well, I mean, there's the exit door right there. Is that all right? I have to bless your spirit as well as I'm blessing mine. And so this is Edward Joseph in his signature song, What a Friend We Have in Jesus. Let's go. Whoa! And so, peoples, that is what the Lord has placed upon my heart to tell each and every one of you, you know, what a friend we have in Jesus. All of our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. And that's what I do, peoples. Everything, I take it to God in prayer. And I don't worry about nothing. And so whether you don't want to be my friend, whether you don't want to talk to me, whether you don't want to politic with me, whether you don't want to have nothing to do with me, that's fine. I still love you. I still love you. And there's nothing you can do about it. Is that all right, peoples? That's my testimony on today, peoples. I just had to go ahead and encourage somebody. And I'm just like David. I'm encouraging myself. Well, whether nobody else wants to sit here and encourage me, let me encourage myself. Is that all right, peoples? I love you. And it ain't nothing you can do about it. I see my peoples came in, people. So let me go ahead and let me give a shout out to. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Hello, Miss Walithia Durham. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. All right, people, so let's get back into this and stuff. I just had to just go ahead and give my testimony and see there's no shame in my game. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can talk about Kanika Jenkins and every other case there is, but then when the Lord says take a praise break, well, then that's what I have to do, peoples. I have to stop, lift up my hands and give God the glory and then tell my story. Is that all right, peoples? I greatly appreciate you all. Nobody distorted the camera or anything because we clearly see the officers walk out of there. We clearly see them take the body out of there. We clearly see him uncover open up the bag and lift her head up and stuff and lay it back down, the thing under her neck, so her head can be elevated and things. And then you heard what Teresa Martin and Lenora Harris had said. We did not see her full body. The only thing that we seen from was the head on down. We did not see her neck. People, that is unusual for any funeral home to have any cover tucked up all the way to the neck. Why the neck was covered right here in this photo? And then you have to ask yourself the question, why is the neck covered in this photo with the hair? So what? She's just going to lay down and she's going to sprinkle her hair all over her head and cover her neck like that, peoples? Really? Think about that for one moment. And then here at right here, why did they cover her neck? I tell you why. Because it was just like what TM had said. My daughter did not die in a manner to which you guys thought. She did not die under hypothermia. She died because she was strangled. She was strangled to death. That's why TM did not want to tell you what happened to Kanika. She did not want to tell you what happened to Kanika because she knew what happened to Kanika. Kanika was strangled. She was strangled. Clear as daylight. She was strangled, and TM did not want the public to know, because if they did, they would have found out, peoples, that it was a murder. Kanika was murdered. It wasn't no accident. If all of you people think that this girl laid in a freezer on her own accountance, then what you're saying is Kanika caused her own death. And if you believe that Kanika caused her own death, then guess what? You are stupid. You stupid. Nobody else is stupid but you. You're stupid. All of the evidence is in your goddamn face. Open up your eyes and see. I don't fucking care about any other thing in this goddamn case. Explain to Edward Joseph and all of the people how in the fuck could this girl have walked into a goddamn freezer and put the hair around her face like that and put her hand under her chin like that? Why in the fuck would they keep the covers all the way up to her neck? And why did they keep the covers up to her neck at the Crown Plaza in the kitchen? Peoples, look at all three pictures. And it doesn't matter what your philosophical views may be, you have to agree with one thing. Everything is covering her neck. And the only picture that is exposing her neck is this right here. It's right there. It's the only picture out of this whole entire Kenneka Jenkins case file that you ever see her neck exposed. And there it is right there, while she was alive and not while she's dead. So if she can show her neck in a picture that she's taken with her friends, why isn't it that the people can't show her neck while she's deceased? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. See, I don't care what your philosophical views is, because see, that ain't answering my question. I just need you to answer my question. How did Kenneka Jenkins get into the freezer? Well, when they originally told you that she was found in the dock area, but then they changed it to the freezer. And now we got this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious girl who was supposed to be walking herself to the freezer. So, peoples, why do we see the video of her just walking to the freezer and not walking in the freezer? Where's the other video footage? Where is the video footage of Kenneka walking herself in the freezer? You never seen it. You never seen it. You never seen it. So if you never seen it, why in the fuck are you guys believing it? Help me to make that make sense. And then if TM was as straight up of a character and stuff, well, why did she go ahead and close the case to where the people couldn't find out what happened to Kenneka? Because she knew it was a murder and not a accident. So y'all up here saying that, oh, well, Kenneka was a prostitute, Kenneka was this, Kenneka was that. Well, Kenneka was young and she was charismatic and she was vivacious and, you know, she was out there. She's a hoe and she knows she was a hoe. How do you know? Because Edward Joseph told you so. She was a hoe, just like Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree Bree. Round, probably selling their kitty or giving up their kitty. Other guys wanted the kitty, but they couldn't give it because she wouldn't give it to them. You know? Yeah, her friends even told you themselves that Kenneka would dip off for hours and then come back. That wasn't uncommon. Kenneka was young. So when you people want to sit around here and say Kenneka only gave it up to Rico, that's bullshit. Y'all hold on. All right, people. So for all of you people who just think that Kenneka only gave it up to Rico, you stupid. You heard Lenora say, oh, well, my sister only had 2 boyfriends and even tampons hurts her. Well, if tampons hurt her, well, we already know that Rico, you know, got a baby. Kenneka was pregnant. So how could tampons hurt Kenneka? And she was pregnant at one point. See, you know, you guys listen to all of this madness and then you guys want to spread out all of this madness and stuff. You know, but if you ever paid attention to what really happened, then you wouldn't be believing this bullshit. If tampons hurt Kenneka, then she wouldn't be having sex, right? If tampons hurt Kenneka, then she wouldn't have wanted to have a baby. She was having a baby. We've seen pictures of Kenneka being pregnant. Kanika lost the baby. But if she was going to have the baby full term, peoples, the baby probably would have, either she would have had a cesarean section or the baby would have had to come out that pee. And if the baby would have come out that pee, guess what? If tampons hurted her, a big baby's head coming out that pee would have killed her. So a little old tiny tampon hurting her and a big baby's head coming out of her. I mean, come on, peoples. What the fuck are you telling, Lenore? What the fuck are you saying? What was your sister down there selling her cat, and you guys didn't want the people to know about that? Y'all tried to put Kanika and hold her in high regard. Kanika was just like a freak like all of the other girls, just like her mama. Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. How the fuck you think you got here? Ah! All right, you don't believe me? Let me show you, peoples. Can you do a split on a dick? How in the fuck do you think you got here? All right, take it away, Kanika and TM. Tell them, how do you do a split on a dick?
Can you do a split on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here? Can you do a split on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here? Can you do a split on a dick? Shit.
Now look at TM, and she's holding her head, and soon as Kanika say, "Can you do a split on a dick?" Shit. Look at TM. Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. Can you do a split on a dick? Now, I want you to notice something, peoples, in this video right here. Look at the recess in the tooth of Kanika Jenkins right there. Clear as daylight. See the topper and look at the lower. See the spacing right there. The real Kanika Jenkins has a spacing in her teeth, peoples. She has a spacing in her teeth. That's the real Kanika. And that has never been corrected, peoples. See that? And you see Kanika is wearing the dark shades and stuff. You see that, right? Okay. And then look at Kanika's oval face, peoples. And look, Kanika has glossy lips. Because why? Kanika wear lip gloss. She's all the time wearing the lip gloss. So when you guys want to sit here and tell me that Kanika had two different types of lip gloss and two different types of lip gloss was found into the freezer, okay, so help me to make that make sense. Why would Kanika want to wear two different away from her body instead of being close to her body? Why is that, peoples? You do remember that it was two different types of lip gloss in the freezer. So do you think that Kanika Jenkins would be the type of girl that would wear two types of lip gloss, peoples? Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed day. And see, peoples, I love it when Mildred Wilkins grace the chat because she's all the time coming in and blessing the people. Peoples, I am back. I'm back. That was a lie that I want each and every one of you to go and watch. Now it's a live that I want each and every one of you to go watch. Because in that live, I literally tore it up, people's man. I tore it up big time. It was absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And so, people's, my question is, and it's have always been, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where the fuck was Bree Bree? All of this time, we have literally been talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case, and I have literally been asking the question, where is Bree Bree? Have anybody seen Bree Bree? Have anybody seen Bree Bree? Peoples? You know, in any of this in the Kenneka Jenkins case, have anybody seen Bree Bree? Peoples? I mean, it's amazing to me, people. It's amazing to me. Nobody's seen Bree Bree. And so let me go ahead and share my screen, people. So I want to remove this and I want to share this. I want to share this screen here. So let me share this screen. I'm going to go back here. And let me share this screen, people. And I've been kind of looking through some things people said. I've been asking myself, you know, where's Bree Bree? You know, where in the world was Bree Bree during all of this stuff that was supposed to have taken place? You know, Bree Bree, we seen her in the beginning, supposedly walking in with Kenneka and Shamaya and Monifa. You know, y'all said that was Bree Bree. Bree Bree didn't go upstairs with Kenneka and Shamaya and Monifa. If you said that was Kenneka, she didn't go upstairs with them. So if she didn't go upstairs with them, peoples, well, then my question is, where was she? I want you guys to take a look at something right here. Let's take a look at this. We're going to explore this thing together. So it says, hold up.
She's so fine. Blows my mind.
What's good, guys? Today is Wednesday, September the 28th, 2022. As you can tell, this video will, of course, be regarding the Kenneka Jenkins case. And this isn't going to be one of my regular videos, fact-based. This is just going to be something that I noticed, and it stays on my mind. And here lately, it's really been on my mind a lot. And it pertains to Kenneka's clothing, okay? When we look at the footage, and I'm going to show you that, when we look at the footage of her, Shamaya, Bree Bree, and Monifa walking into the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare, her pants look significantly different than when she is walking alone through the hotel. Now, I don't mean a different brand. I don't mean any of that. And
All right, people, let me rewind this back a little bit. And we're going to go right there. I want you guys to notice something. Look at the hair. And the hair goes all the way down to her butt. As you guys can see. You see that, right? The hair goes down to her butt, right? But in the picture, in the picture, let me show you the picture right here. The hair only just goes down to the shirt and not the butt. It doesn't protrude past the shirt or the jacket or whatever it is. It doesn't go past that. But in the video, you see that the hair goes all the way down to the butt. But if the hair was going to go down to the butt, the hair should be past the shirt, and it's not past the shirt. So that is unequivocal proof, people, is that the person in the video is not the same person who's walking the halls of that establishment. Did you hear what I said? See, the thing is, people, this is my line of expertise. And I keep trying to educate you people upon the various things that you keep saying that you believe that you see and you don't see. Again, peoples, there is the evidence right there. The hair doesn't go all the way down to the butt. It stops at the lining of the jacket or the shirt that this person is wearing. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples, which unequivocally and undeniably proves peoples that there were several different girls who played Kanika. All right, peoples, let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video, peoples. I just wanted to point that out again, peoples. Let's go.
now, I don't mean a different brand. I don't mean any of that. And I'm also, let me make sure I say this loud and clear. I'm also not saying by any means that someone else is in her jeans or someone else is wearing those jeans and pretending to be Kanika Jenkins. Don't get it twisted. Yes, I believe that is Kanika on the footage walking the hotel. But there's something significantly different about her jeans and the way they fit. So I'm going to go ahead and play both of those videos and let you guys look at them. And then I'm going to come back and tell you what I see. We'll do it like that. So I'm going to go ahead and cut to the video now.
Okay, people, so let me rewind the video back. And as you can see in the video, peoples, the hair goes all the way down to the butt. And the hair is a lot thinner than the other picture that we had seen in the kitchen. And that we had seen of the person sitting on the bed, as you can see. But the most striking thing is, people's, right here, is the hair is down by the butt. Bingo to the bingo. See that? See that? Bingo to the bingo peoples. And see, the thing is, peoples, I don't personally know Kanika Jenkins. I don't personally know her, but the one thing that I can say about Kanika Jenkins is that she's a leader and not a follower. And from all of the videos that I ever studied about Kanika Jenkins, she would never follow anyone. She'll always be the leader. That was just her nature. That was just her characteristic. Okay, people. So I just got back. Had to go get my clothes and things. Again, like I say, peoples. Now you got several YouTubers who is literally saying that she believes that Kanika Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, but she can't understand why the genes and everything is so different. Well, it's just like I have been telling you for the longest time. It is that what I've been telling you for the longest time is that there was different girls that played Kanika. I told you guys that. Even the YouTubers is literally calling it out. How could it not be Kanika? I mean, how could it be Kanika and the person has on different jeans, different attire, big? You can clearly see the hair. The hair is going down past the butt. How could that be Kanika? But she swears up and down, yeah, I believe that's Kanika 100%. But if it was Kanika 100%, well, then it could, the jeans, the hair, the attire, the way that it fits, it has to match. But she's questioning it. And why are you questioning it if you believe it was Kanika? You should stand 10 toes down upon that of what you say. And that's the point that I try to make to the people. The people don't understand whatever Joseph is trying to convey. I tell you, peoples, again and again and again, it wasn't Kanika Jenkins that walked the halls of that establishment. She was not there on the night. She was deceased, peoples. She was deceased. And this is why I played back many different content creators' narratives and things, because again, they can't even make sense of what they're saying. If you believe that was Kanika 100% walking the halls, and you're sitting here questioning her jeans, her weight, her size, her style, the hairstyle, and all like this, what is that telling you? That it was not her. Thank you, Trish Hollywood. That it was not her. Peoples. You got to make sense of the things that you say. That's all I'm saying. If you can't make sense of what you say, don't you dare get mad when people call you out to the carpet for the hilarious and nefarious madness that you're speaking. You gotta make it make sense. You gotta make it make sense, peoples. And if you don't make it make sense, well, then it's going to be people like me that's going to call you out to the carpet. I got T. Slay. I got Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina. Told you clearly from their narrative, peoples, that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. She never did. She was never alive. She was never alive, peoples. And from their own lips, from their own words, peoples, They clearly stated to you that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. It wasn't her that was walking into the establishment, peoples. It wasn't Kanika. And the broad shoulders, the big hips, the big boobies, the big butt, the thick thighs and stuff, it don't lie. You heard what hell of a chick had said. Well, if you believe it was Kanika, why are you doubting that of what you see? See, these are the things that I say, peoples. These are the things that I say, you know? You got to stand 10 toes down with what you say and what you believe. Well, obviously, she doesn't. And these are the things that I call out about the people. Now, I hear it. I hear it, people. I hear it. I already hear it in my spirit. I hear what you're saying and stuff. Okay, so I've already told you, peoples. I've already told you. Some of you people, you guys just don't listen to what people say, do you? You know, you guys go all off on a tangent on a rocker and stuff. You just don't listen, peoples. I have already told you this is what I am struggling with. Now, this is an old live. This is an old live. This is almost about 5 or 6 months ago. It's a very old live. That doesn't represent me today. Now, I toned down on a lot of the cussing and a lot of the this and that and the other. I told you. I just already told you. You know, I said if Edward Joseph ain't been what you think that he should be, well, then pray for me. Stop talking about me. Pray for me. Now, you supposed to be a Christian, right? You're supposed to know God and stuff. Are you going to go around vilifying everybody that you see? I toned it down a lot. That's my struggle. See, you got struggles. Everybody got struggles. That's my struggle. You know, I got it earnestly. My daddy used to cuss and things. I got it earnestly. That's all I heard, you know, in the household. You know, not consistently, but you know, when my father get upset, then yeah, it comes out, you know. But rarely when my father gets upset, but then when he do, man, you know, that's the type of stuff that sticks with you. Then, you know, my family members, they cuss. My mama never cussed, but you know, my brother and sister, they cuss. Cousins cuss. Uncles and aunties, they cuss. Everybody cuss, except for my mama. My mom and my grandmother, they never cuss. But I got it earnestly. It's in me. And this is one of the reasons why I try not to get angry. I try not to get mad. But I've already told you earlier, I don't like discord. I don't like people coming in hilarious and affairs. It just changed my mood. Now, I am the way that I am because, yeah, this is how my family was. My family was leaders. They were animated. They were loud. Everybody loud. I mean, you're sitting in a room and stuff, and everybody's screaming at the top of their lungs, and they're sitting right next to you. So I got that earnings. So that ain't gonna never change. So if that bothers you, oh well. But you know, I am who I am, people, and that's what it is. That's my struggle. Is that all right, people? That's it. That's my struggle. I ain't doing a lot of cussing now that I was doing. Thank you, Jesus. You know, I've been asking the Lord to take that tongue away from me, and He's doing just that. He's literally, you know, taming that tongue, because He said in His Word, death and life is in the power of the tongue, and that is in Proverbs, peoples. You know, death and life is in the power of the tongue. And I'm trying to tame that little fella. Sometimes I got to get a bull whooping chain and whoop his little tail and tell him, no, you know, and be quiet. Stop using all of these epithets. But tell you people, when I get worked up, boy, it tends to flow. But it's okay. It's okay. You know, see, I hear you. I hear you. I'm hearing it in my spirit. But that's okay, because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna get back onto the slide. Look, I ain't perfect, and neither are you. So if you don't want me to call out your shit, just shut up. You understand what I'm saying? See, I didn't curse this time. I just said shut up. Because see, the old Edward Joseph would have just said shut the F up. But I said just shut up, you know? Now, I think I can't read you. You think I don't feel it? Oh, I felt it, people. So I felt it, man. And I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it loud and clear. But let me tell you something. You ain't no different than me. Now, if people was to come on out and start talking about you and start talking about that madness that you do behind closed doors and stuff, then shit, let the truth be told. Shame the devil. Shame the devil. But you be thinking that my little cussing is really something. Like I said, you know, keep on with your dirty self. That's all right. You can't touch me. I tell you that much, you know. So keep on trying to push that out in the atmosphere and keep on talking about me. Keep on thinking these things about me and stuff, and keep on, you know, keep on. But I guarantee you one thing: your tail will never come on my live and say that. You can call me everything but a child of God, you know. And I don't care whether you like me, whether you hate me, whether you don't like what I say, what I do and stuff. I told you what my struggles is, and you Negroes, boy, man, you guys are a piece of work. You some Negroes, you know, and you Negroes need to grow up and stop passing judgment upon everybody. You don't see me sitting on here talking about everybody. No, I don't. I will only talk about the people who came into my channel being disruptive and being hilarious and nefarious. That's all I talk about. You don't see me talking about everybody and stuff. You don't see me talking about you. Now I can get on you. I know enough to know some stuff about you. I feel it in my spirit. I told you I can smell a lollipop a mile away. You guys, I'm dealing with some demonic people in this chat. You know, in this live. Y'all be coming with some crazy shit, boy. Man. Keep on with that attitude and stuff, and then watch the good Lord, you know, handle your little tail. You some sorry son of a guns. Seriously. You think I don't see it? You think I don't feel it? Oh, I get it, peoples. I get it. But it's okay, you know. I am who I am, and that's who I am. So y'all can sit up here and take this live and y'all can dissect it and say whatever and stuff. But I told you that's my struggle. But this is an old live. This ain't the Edward Joseph of today. Now I still holler. Yeah, I do. I still get animated. Yeah, I do. But I stopped a lot of that cussing. I sure did. Because it doesn't reflect my God. Now, what have you changed? This is why some of you suckers is out there dealing with some diseases right now. Oh, you want me to tell it? You want me to you want me to tell what you got right now? All because you're promiscuous little. I'm telling you, people, you know, my spirit is a little vexed right now and stuff, and I'm trying not to speak to this and things and stuff because, boy, you know, you got some people. You got some people who are some demonic suckers that's watching my live. And they keep popping in and out. I see you. You don't want to hear what I have to say. That's why you keep popping in and out, because you think I'm going to stop talking about it. I'm going to talk about it because I feel it in my spirit. So why don't you take your little tail in here, sit your little tail down, and then take it. See, now I can do some total injustice and call your little tail out and embarrass you. So now you want to sit in here. Now you want to stay put and look and listen to what I have to say, huh? I'm telling you, my friend, keep on with your demonic ways and things. God is going to deal with you. You are a deviant, devilish, and demonic sucker. I'm telling you. Just sit your little tail back, relax, and just be quiet. Don't ever come in and things, and then, nobody will never know who you are. But don't think I don't see you. I feel you. I see you. And I had to say something. You got suckers that all the time got to try to say something about people and stuff. Well, see, that's why you are the way that you are and stuff. And that's why you live the life that you do. And that's why nothing that you're doing right now is prospering, because you all the time got your mind and your mouth, your manners, your everything upon people and stuff. I feel it. I see it. I should have just stayed in praise mode, peoples, and kick all of these suckers out of here, because everything was going good. Now they're coming back. But it's okay, peoples. It's okay. I ain't got to worry about it. God is going to deal with them. As long as they're not up in here disrupting my channel, then I'm good. But I just wanted to, I had to call it out, peoples, because, I was going down and getting my clothes and stuff. And boy, oh my God. Man, look at here. They were just cussing me up a storm. But now, since I came back, now they want to jump out and then jump back in. They thought that I was going to be over. I was going to confront them. Yeah. I want you to know, I see you. See you. I feel you. I get it. But I'm praying mightily for you. You're a sucker. And you need to stop that. Okay, Mr. Terrell, thank you so much, my friend. Blessings to you. Watch that live that I had shown you the other day, and then, stay abreast as to what's happening and things, and then, it'll get clarity out of confusion. But I greatly appreciate you and Stay come in with your commentary. And it's just like what Trish Hollywood had said. The girl that walked in was not the same girl out there on Loso Day. Exactly. See, we got people who looks with eagle eyes, people who, can see some things and stuff, You get it. But thank you so much, my brother. We all here love you as well. And we all the time greet the people with blessings and salutations and stuff. And that's what I always say when the people come in. I've always greet them with blessings and salutations, because that's you got to set the atmosphere, and you got to set it for the people who comes in and things. So, we just here, we just do what we do. We don't bother nobody, We're just here shooting our shot. We're just here shooting our shot. We're just here talking to the people and letting the people know what our findings is. And if they want to come and be a part of it, that they're more than welcome. All I just say is just be respectful to me, be respectful to the people in the chat, and then the people on the panel. And we'll all get along just fine. I'm just animated. That's it. I'm just a person who gets really, really involved in the case and things. And you know, I feel it. I can't help it. I'm just the way that I am. I feel it. And I'm just passionate about what I do. And so I pray that the people don't mistake my passion for pain, because it's not like that. You know, I'm aggressive, I'm assertive, but yet I'm real and I have a good heart. Is that all right, my brother? Come on back and you know, come on to the panel anytime that you want, and come on and share your thoughts and views and things. You're always welcome. Make this channel your home. But most importantly, look at my lives. Take some time, even if it's just for an hour or two. Take some time and look at my lives, and it will show you a whole lot. Show you a whole lot, and then you'll have a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey to the people. All right, people. So I'm going to let this play. Remember, Hell of a Chick was my nemesis at one point. I toned her little tail down too, you know, because she was one with Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina and started all of this madness about me and things. She was the one who was instrumental. And so I had to go ahead and put her little banana tail in jail, because I told her, you keep on with this bullshit and madness that you do, I'm gonna have the people come and take your license. See, she was a licensed paralegal and stuff. And so after I got on her shit and communicated with some people who can do some damage to her, she had to cut the shit down and she had to shut the F up. See, she didn't think I had that type of power. But once I got to it to where it would start to affect her bread and butter, then she you know, she backed down. She shut the F up. And I ain't never heard from her since. Now, that's what I say, people. You know, you can talk all of your shit as much as you want to, but when I say enough is enough, that's what I mean. Enough is enough. And if you want to continue, well, then, hey, two can do at that too. Two can do just what you do, and I can do it better. And then when I get on your ASS and start to reveal and start to connect with those people who can, you know, do some serious stuff and start messing with your bread and butter, well, then your ass shut up too, won't you? You ain't gonna never talk about Edward Joseph ever again. And to date, she ain't never did. So, you know, there you have it. All right, peoples, let's get back into this. Do you understand, people? I said Kanika Jenkins was not a follower. Kanika Jenkins was a leader, people. And as you can see in the video, you know, the young lady or the guy who walked into that establishment, the hair was all the way down by their butt. Unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. And I have shown you over and over and over again. And there's no denying what I have shown you, peoples. That is unequivocal and undeniable proof. So when the people wants to sit here and portray that Kanika was here and Kanika was there, Kanika was everywhere and stuff, well, then show them this video so they can see for themselves that it was several different girls who played Kanika. And I don't understand, and I can't express it enough, peoples, you know. It has already been shown and it's already been demonstrated. Several girls played Kanika. Now, Hell of a Chick and I'm being polite today, people's hell of a chick had stated something, people's, hell of a chick had stated something about the pants. And so hell of a chick is going to express to you people's what you see in this video. Let's take a look. Okay, people. So I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question because I don't think that anybody have ever noticed this. Why is it that we see the video footage of all of the kids, Irene and Monifa, Shamaya, TY, and everybody, Tunisia, and everybody, all in the main lobby? But when these kids were supposed to have walked into the establishment, why didn't they ever connect to the video of them being in the main lobby? Why didn't they never do that, people? Why didn't they ever show you any video footage of the supposed Kanika, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree Bree all walk into the main lobby? Where is that video footage? Where is it, people? Because if you can see all of them walk into the main lobby from that area to where they walk from, well, why couldn't you see Bree Bree, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree Bree walk into the same area in the main lobby? Because it was a different day. That's why you will never see the video footage. And all of the 36 hours of video madness that they show you, Trey Gay, Custom Designs, T Slay, and Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Medina, and anybody else, they will never show you that video footage because it was on a different day. It was on a different day. And see, the thing is, people, if they show you that lobby footage, then it will show you the actual day that they came in. You do know the lobby footage shows the actual day, right? The actual timestamp and things, because it's embedded in the video. You do know that, right? So this lobby footage, you can show anything and stuff, and then show a different day, different time, and all like that. But when it comes down to the lobby, it shows people in the lobby. Do you understand what I'm saying? It shows who was in the main lobby at the time to when they actually came in. See? That's why they never showed you the lobby footage. That's why when it came down to that point, they cut that off and they never shown you. They never shown you who was actually working that day, who was actually in the lobby. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why they never shown you it, peoples. I know what I'm saying. I'm telling you. So they come and they coming through the lobby. They don't even show you that video footage, but they can show you all of the video footage when the other kids was in there. But they never show you when the supposed Kanika was supposed to be walking in there with Shemaya, Munifa, and Bree Bree. So what was Bree Bree? Because Bree Bree did not follow them. It did not go up into the room. Bree Bree did not go into the elevator. Bree Bree came up missing at that particular time, right there, when they walked into that main lobby. Bree Bree, Ms. Durham, was nowhere to be found. Yep, you're exactly right, Ms. Durham. Ms. Durham said, Ed, remember that family that stated they were put in footage on a different day. Exactly right. You are exactly right. And that is exactly what I'm saying. That family was put in on a different day. Not the day to when they came, but they put in on a different day. And then they played it back to try to make it seem like they were on the original day that they put them in, but it wasn't. What do you think they did right here? They put these people in on a different day than what they've been. And that's why when you see any video footage of the supposed Kanika, and they're trying to say that she came in on the 9th, she never came in on the 9th, peoples. She was never in where she would have been. Now, you go back and look at any video footage, people, and you try to chronicle all the video footage of every person that came into the establishment and ask yourself the question, when they walked into the establishment, did they immediately show them in the lobby area? You'll never see no video footage of them immediately coming from that area and walking into the lobby. You'll see it later on, but not when they all first walk in. I guarantee you that. You'll never see it. I'm telling you, you never see it. I know you'll never see it. And that's the point that I've been trying to make to you all. That's the point that I've been trying to make to you all forever and a day. She never walked the halls of that establishment. And the way that they did these videos, they gave it to you in clips. And the people is regurgitating and repeating the same narrative that they gave you. People, let me do this. Let me do this because I think that you guys need to understand some things right here. Let me do this right here.
Oh, yeah.
What's good? Okay, my computer is slowing up, so I have to do some of these videos. Well, I'm gonna give it a second. Oh, I got both of the things playing. So, Nika Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
The front of come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Nika Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area.
Oh, yeah.
Was Kanika Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
The front of come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Nika Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. They did not find her in the freezer, but they found her in the dock area. And that is what they said in the beginning. In the beginning, people. In the beginning. And then they changed it to the freezer. And so, just like in the beginning, as I told you, peoples, Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And see, peoples, I want you guys to take notice of something right here, because as you see the young lady in the halls and you look at her hair, you can see that the hair is not all the way down to her butt. As you can see, it stops at the waistline, but is not all the way contoured down her butt. And then it is a big swoop of hair that is behind her head versus the young lady walking in with just a little strand or scruff of hair that was all the way down to her butt. As you can see, the videos don't lie, people. The evidence don't lie. And there it is right there, and it's in your face. And I have told you, peoples. And see, this is what the people don't understand. Do you understand? See, this is what the people don't understand. When the evidence is clearly in your face, and then you want to come on to my live to try to challenge me without doing your research first and foremost, people, what are you telling me? The girl never walked herself into a freezer. But they already told you in the beginning that she was found in the rear by the dock area. So how do you get found in the rear by the dock area, but then have the whole thing changed that you're walking into a freezer? Peoples, out of all of the places that this young lady can go, why would she want to go and choose a freezer to go walk directly in? Why would she do that? And even if you guys say that, well, she was coerced or she was guided and stuff, people's, why? Why would they go and show that she was supposed to have walked in a freezer, but turned around and said that she was found in the rear by the dock area? That's what they said in the beginning. And then they changed it. Why, peoples? Nobody can ever answer that. And that's exactly my point, peoples. It doesn't make no sense whatsoever. Let's go. She never did. And that's why in the video, peoples, that you see, they never transferred over to her walking into the lobby from this point. They never showed you, as opposed to Kanika Jenkins, Shemaya, Monifa, or Bree Bree walking into the main lobby. From this point, the video cuts off, and then where does it lead? It leads to a girl of who you call Kanika Jenkins getting off the elevator and about to walk the halls of that establishment. Peoples, where's the video footage of the supposed Kanika, Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree Bree walking in the main lobby? I tell you, you never seen it. And why you never seen it? Because she never came on the day to when they proclaimed she did. Ms. Durham has already told you there was a family that was there that they stated was there on a certain day, and then they put them in the video footage on a different day. Peoples. And that family wasn't there on the day to when they had stated, but they were there days before. So if they can do that to the family, why isn't it that they couldn't do that to the supposed Kanika peoples? Why? So you can't answer that. You can't answer that, peoples. And if they could do that to the family, why couldn't they do that to her? It ain't far-fetched. They did it to the family. So because they did it to the family, they did it to her. Because see, peoples, if Crown Plaza was going to be transparent, real and authentic, well, then the thing is, peoples, simply this. It wouldn't be no reason for them to lie. And it wouldn't be no reason for them to edit any video footage. From the video surveillance, you should be able to go from one scene to another scene to another scene to another scene But that's not the case. They gave you clips. They gave you a narrative. And the more that the people played it, the more that the people believed it. I never believed it, peoples. I didn't endorse that madness. That's why I am ridiculed, talked about, and scorned and stuff amongst the people, because you guys believe that madness. I never did. And I've always stood 10 toes against it and talked against it. Because I didn't go by this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious timeline that they gave you. I never did. You did that, but I never did. Yeah. Ms. Durham, that's all that they gave was clips only. Clips. That's what I just been playing you guys. Clips. It ain't nothing that you can be able to take from point A to point Z and say, okay, this is the trajectory of what they were going through and doing. Just like the girl who supposedly had walked herself into the freezer. I mean, the clip is that the girl walked back there towards the trajectory of the freezer. But where's the other video that shows her walking in? Where's the other video that shows her in the freezer and who came in afterwards? You didn't see anything else, but almost 5 or 7 hours later, to when we see the beverage manager walking around there swinging his keys and coming back there and then coming out and then coming into police pointing. Yeah, there she is. I found her. She's in the freezer. People, you guys said that she was locked in there. She was never locked in the freezer. You ain't never seen him walk in there with a lock, and you ain't never seen him walk out of there with a lock. Right? Right. So how could she be locked into a freezer, and why would she be locked into a freezer if she was brought in there deceased? It'd be no reason to lock someone in the freezer and the person is already dead. What sense does that make? I mean, the person is dead, the person ain't getting out. So what are you locking? What are you locking? Now, if you was to lock a real human being that was alive, that is called murder. And if we go with the premise of what TM had said, that they locked, and what Jeffrey Feiger said, that they locked her in the freezer accidentally, well then, peoples, what do you call that? An accident? What do you call that? Premeditated murder? Because if they came and they locked the freezer door and did not open it up to check it, my question is, why are they locking it in the first place? Why are they locking the freezer door? If the freezer wasn't in use, why are they locking an unused freezer? You didn't see any other freezers in the establishment all locked up and stuff, did you? So if the freezer was unattended and it's not in use, why in the hell are you locking it? Why are you locking the freezer and you don't even lock the outside door that leads into the kitchen? Help me to make that make sense. See, people, I think greater than many of you. I think meticulous. I think methodical. I don't just go and share narratives of what people say. If the freezer wasn't in use, why are you locking it? If nothing in there was just nothing but a box of oil, then why lock the freezer? And if you're going to lock the freezer, why was it unlocked in the first place? What do you mean you came back and you locked the freezer and they just so happened to lock her in there? What do you mean? Out of all of this time, why did they just all of a sudden decide to go lock the freezer? I mean, is that common practice, peoples? To go lock the freezer? Or did you say that you lock the freezer to leave the prized possession in the freezer so nobody can get it. Nobody can get to it. Because I don't believe that narrative, people, is that they just arbitrarily just locked the freezer. I don't believe that the freezer was ever locked in the first place, because if the freezer was locked, well, then show me the lock. They showed you everything else, but they didn't show you the lock. They didn't show you a lock. So if that particular freezer was ever locked, where is the picture of the lock on the freezer? You never seen it. What you did see was the outside door or the outside perimeter that leads into that kitchen. It was locked. That was locked. They shown you a picture of that, but they never ever shown you a freezer that was locked back there in that particular area, peoples. You never seen a lock in the case files. Not with a lock on that particular freezer, peoples. Think about that for one moment. You got every other picture in the case files, but you don't have a lock on the freezer. Why is that? And if the freezer wasn't in use, why are you locking it in the first place? If it ain't in use, you wouldn't be expecting nobody to go back there to the freezer, right? Right. Oh my God, people, you guys are making me work way too hard. I said, you're making me work way too hard. Ms. Durham has said all lies and coercion. Sad, still questions like, where is KJ's headstone? This is a family of sadistic actions. Playing with God will not win. Playing with God, you will not win, TM, and all others involved. Exactly. My sentiments exactly. And this is one of the reasons why I am going to be down there in Chicago at the time to when TM hosts this hilarious and nefarious tombstone committal, putting a tombstone on the supposed Kenneka Jenkins grave, which I don't believe that she's buried in there in the first place. Why are you waiting 7 years to go and put a tombstone on the grave when you had money? They paid you millions. Why wait 7 years? Because see, peoples, if you ever understood the signs and symbols, 7 is the number of completion. See, I talked about the signs and symbols, peoples. And if you go and understand the signs and symbols, and all of this stuff is demonic, like I have been saying forever and a day, well, then the number 7 is the number of completion. And it's making mockery of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. People, let's go back and watch the video that I did about the signs and symbols that I talked about in this particular case, and how all of these numbers and symbols and signs that they had incorporated in this particular case lines up with the demonic, with the satanic calendar. I talked about it. I talked about it. Go back and watch those videos, peoples. That's all on my channel. Go back and watch those videos. The significance is called the significance of the signs. And I talked about the numbers and how that incorporates with all of the different things that's happening in this particular case, peoples. Go back and watch it. I talked about it. And so my question is right now, peoples, why did TM wait until the 7th year to go and put a tombstone on Kenneka's grave? Why is that? Well, only she knows the question, peoples. But I can assure you it has everything to do with the significance of the signs. The 7th year is the year of completion. And that's all I'm going to say, peoples, because you ain't going to debunk me. I know what I'm talking about. Let's look at this, peoples. Why is it that they never shown any video of these girls walking into the main lobby? Again, I'll reiterate, peoples, and I'll tell you why. It's because they never walked in on the day to when they proclaimed. Because that front lobby footage would have shown a lot more. And if they would have shown that, that would have been unequivocal and undeniable proof that these young ladies did not walk in that establishment on the night as the establishment proclaims that they did. That's why they show all of these videos in clips and not a full run on video. Let's watch this, peoples, and see what hell of a chick had to say.
Now, what I see when she comes into the hotel, her jeans have a little room in them. Okay. They're not like skin tight, skinny jeans, which, as we all know, were in style in 2017. And some people are still rocking them, and that's cool. But her jeans had some room, even in the calves, a little bit of room in the thigh area. They just fit different. When you see her alone walking, those jeans are skin tight. There's no room in those jeans. Okay. And it makes me think of Genuine song. But here's why I think that is. And this is just my opinion. I'm just giving you my opinion, which I rarely honestly do. But I feel like those jeans are wet. And that's why I feel like they fit the way they do. And they fit differently. They're really tight. They actually show her shape much better when she's walking alone than when we first see her. Because when we first see her, it doesn't look like she has much shape, but we know she does. and I really feel like that's because these jeans are wet. Because you can imagine, if you haven't ever put on wet jeans, say you had some jeans in the dryer and they didn't get all the way dry, etc., or you jumped in water somewhere, or were pushed in somewhere, whatever, or you got wet outside watering your flowers, whatever, you know that it's hard to get those jeans back on, and they fit different. It's just a whole different fit than dry clothing, and it hugs. But I really feel like that's what's wrong with those jeans. I feel like those jeans are wet.
Okay, people, so this is the first time I ever heard of anything like this. How do you get all of that into them jeans? So the jeans is wet? Really, peoples? I mean, I've never heard of anything such as that. I never heard of anything such as that. You know, a girl walking around with some wet jeans on in an establishment. How in the hell did she get the jeans wet? How did they get wet? Okay, so even if we go with the premise of what she's saying that the jeans was wet, how in God's name did the jeans get wet? How did the jeans get wet, peoples? How did they get wet? How did the jeans get wet? You know, she said that the jeans were wet and it hugs her and stuff. So you're gonna walk around the establishment in some wet jeans. How did you get close to any water to get your jeans wet? Did you guys see any dripping water on the jeans or anything like that, people? Was her hair wet? Was her hair sloshing and stuff? So what? She went to the pool of Siloam. She dipped herself into the pool of Siloam, and she was made whole. I said she dipped herself in the pool of Siloam, and she was made whole. You know, I mean, it was stated that Kanika walked straight, but Kanika Martin had walked with a limp. So, I mean, did Kanika Martin go and dip herself in the pool of Siloam to be made whole? And did her limp ease up and she, you know, the pool had healed her body? Did she touch the hem of Jesus' garment and she was made whole? Peoples? All I do was touch the hem of his garment, and his blood has made me whole. Oh, it is Jesus. Yes, it is Jesus. It is Jesus in my soul, for I have touched the hem of his garment, and his blood has made me whole, and his blood has made me whole. Oh, it is Jesus, peoples.
When I was blue, all I did was the hem of his garment, and his blood me whole. His blood, it made me whole. I said his blood made me whole. Oh, it is Jesus, Jesus. Yes, it is Jesus. Wonderful Jesus. It's Jesus. Oh, in my soul. In my soul. For I am touched. I am touched. The hem of his garment. And his blood has made me whole. Thank you, Jesus, for making me whole.
And all I had to do was touch the hem of his garment, and his blood has made me whole. And see, peoples, I just pray to God that all Kanika Jenkins had to do was just touch the hem of his garment, and his blood would have made her whole. It's amazing, peoples. It's amazing, peoples. It's amazing that this young lady had to endure the suffering and the pain that has been placed upon her. It's amazing, peoples. She didn't even get a chance to be able to live life and to have children, to be able to get married and have a family, and to be able to do some things that these other young ladies is doing nowadays. You guys need to go see Brazy's channel, and he did a video of what Wanifa Shamaya Irene is looking like today. They have a chance to live their lives, people. They have a chance to be able to do some things in this life now. But Kanika Jenkins did not get that chance, peoples. I said Kanika Jenkins did not get that chance to live her life fully. What was cut short? It's cut short, peoples. And in hindsight, peoples, I wish that Kanika could have been just like the young lady with the issue of blood. And as she made her way through the crowd, peoples, all she had in sight was Jesus. And all she wanted to do was just touch the hem of his garment. And it was his blood that made her whole. And that's all that we need to do today, people. So all we need to do is just touch the hem of his garment. Just a touch. It'll make us whole. People, I get so emotional when I talk about this Kanika Jenkins case because of the simple fact that it could have been my daughter, that was at that establishment and these things happened. But I thank God that it wasn't my daughter, but I am saddened to see that someone's daughter has been done in the manner to which she was. And so people's what I don't understand as I sit back and listen to these people's narratives is how do they come up with the stories that they're saying? Now, we had hell of a chick that says that she believes that this young lady's pants was wet. Well, I mean, help me to make this make sense. Because in any clips that you have seen, people's, did you ever see her by any water? You never did. Did you ever see her pick up a cup and spill it upon herself? You never did. And so if you never seen any water, peoples, and if you never seen her buy any water, and if you never seen her pick up a cup and pour it upon herself, well, then help me to make this make sense, peoples. Did she get baptized in the river Jordan like Jesus did, peoples? Did she get baptized in the pool, peoples? And if she was by the pool, who took her there? How did she get water on her pants? Peoples. I don't understand it. I don't understand the logic that people say. This is why I question the peoples. It's why I question the peoples. Must Jesus bear this cross alone and all the world go free? For there's a crown for everyone, and there is a crown for me. Ms. Durham has said all the old school gospel music we don't hear it enough. I pray KJ made it to heaven to see God in Jesus Christ. Pray she was saved. Yes, that was my sincere prayer too. I pray that Kanika knew the Lord as her personal savior. And even in the midst of her wanting to get out and party and things and stuff, people's, if you know Christ, you're saved. If you have accepted Jesus Christ as your personal savior, you are saved. Period. You're saved. Many people think that it is so hard to get into heaven. No, it's not, peoples. All it takes is John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoso believeth in him shall not perish. Whoso believeth in him, that is the key. You got to believe in him. Shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And all you have to do is just believe in Jesus Christ. That he hung, that he bled, that he died, and that he rose again with all power in heaven and on earth in his hands. All you have to do is believe. And once you believe in Christ, people, you're saved. No matter what you do, you're saved. You are saved. And I pray that KJ and KM was saved. And all of the other people who had died, I pray that they were saved, peoples. I pray. My God. Peoples, I just want to play a little bit of this because you guys got me in this mood real quick, and I just want to play just a taste of this right here. Is that all right, people? So if you allow me to, let me just convert just for a moment. Thank you, Jesus. Now, see, this is the ministerial side of Edward Joseph. You guys know I'm a preacher, right? You guys know that anytime that I tend to start talking about Christ, I have to play my little gospel music. Now, I'm not here trying to preach and stuff because I know many of you are not saved. Many of you are sinners. And go watch that movie Sinners, people. That was a real good movie. It's called Sinners. And I may just go watch it again today or tonight and stuff. I think I'm going to get my ticket again and go watch it again. It's called Sinners. But the God in me, people, the God in me, has to show himself and showcase himself in things and stuff. And so, I just have to take the time out to thank God for blessing me. See, I could have been dead, sleeping in my grave. The time to when me and my son got hit from behind by a maniac driving 100 miles per hour in a car and just fully slammed right behind us. And we were just inches away from being propelled with the contents of the things that was in the trunk of my car could have pierced right through us. Thank you, Jesus. And the Lord didn't allow that to happen, peoples. He didn't allow that to happen. Every time I think about that, peoples, I mean, literally, had my son, because I asked him to sit in the front seat that day, had my son not been obedient and sat in that front seat, he would have died instantly upon impact. Instantly, peoples. And I thank God that I have an obedient child. And I thank God that I was obedient. I was on the phone with Gina, to you, and Trish Hollywood. And I was on the phone right at the time to when we got impacted. Stayed on the phone for a little bit, after the impacting things, and was just totally in shock. Couldn't believe what happened. Yeah, I was on the phone with them at the time of the impact. Couldn't believe it. And we could have lost our lives that day, but thank God that the Lord didn't see fit for that to happen. And so every time that I get an opportunity, every time I get the opportunity, I have to go ahead and lift up my hands and I have to say, thank you, Jesus. So peoples, if you just give me a moment, I promise you I won't be too long, but just give me a moment and let me thank God and praise God in my own way, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Come on, the Reverend Dr. James Cleveland, and tell us who God is. And so peoples, you know, it is my it is my solemn prayer. So my solemn prayer that the people, TM, Lenore, Irene, Monifa, Shemaya, Bree Bree, and all of the other people, it is my solemn prayer that they come to a point in life to where they know and accept Jesus Christ as their personal savior. Now, TM proclaims to be a Christian. She's all the time saying, but God, you know, that's what she says, but God. But see, the thing is, peoples is simply this, you know, and I didn't say this. The preacher had said that Teresa Martin, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. That's what he said. Isn't that what he said, peoples? I said that is what he said, peoples. So peoples, if you just bear with me, he said that. I didn't say that. He said that. And so let's go ahead and let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at this, because this is what he said, peoples. Peoples, how many times would you ever have a preacher to preach the eulogy of your daughter, and the man will literally come and say, blank, blank, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. I mean, think about that for one moment, peoples. Now, did you hear what the reporter said? None of the clips, not videos. She said none of the clips had showed Jenkins walking herself into the freezer. That's what she said, right? That's what she said. She said none of the clips had shown Jenkins walking herself into the freezer. None of the clips. And that's all it was clips, peoples. Let me repeat that again, peoples. Let me repeat that again, peoples. And I want to point out something while this is playing.
Video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling.
Okay, so now look. You see her breasts? Her breast fell out when the person leaned over. But beforehand, see, the breast is in. And then you look at this point right here in the video, you see, look, the hair doesn't go sideways like that, people. You see that? And you see that little black line right there? That is the top of the shirt that the person was wearing. So Kanika did not have a black line or black outline on her shirt, as you can see, peoples. You clearly see that right there coming out the elevator. The hair does not go in a line like that, peoples. You clearly see that, right? You see the line right there, right? The hair is going straight down, but the hair is not going across. No hair goes like that, peoples. That is indicative of the fact that there was a black line on the shirt. Clearly see it, clear as daylight. Just as I have shown you of the same person that walked into the establishment that had on the same type of shirt. Now, as she walked, the breast is going to pop out. Look.
Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of.
Bingo. Now look. You've seen the breast pop out. Right there. You see that, right? Look at that. Look at the breast exposed. You see the cleavage right there. You see that, right? Okay, so that is indicative of the fact, peoples, that, and then you can see the black lining down here under the breast. The breast pop out. Clearly see that right there, peoples. And the person said none of the clips had shown Jenkins walking herself in the freezer. Let's listen in, peoples.
Out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that
she said none of the clips. I want you to get that. Clips, not video. Not video. Clips. That's all they show you was clips. They didn't show you video. They showed you clips. You got to understand that, peoples. Understand video versus clips. They showed you clips, peoples. They're showing you clips. You guys can't hear the sound? Can you guys hear me? Testing. Let me turn up my volume on my phone. Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah, you guys can hear me. You guys can hear it. Let me share it again, just in case you guys can't hear it. So let me share my screen again. Now the sound is on. Okay, so I know you can hear it now. Let me rewind that back.
My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
You heard what she said. She said none of the clips have shown Jenkins walking into a freezer. She said clips. She didn't say videos. She said none of the clips. And that's all that they showed you was clips. And you heard what Jenkins' uncle had said. But that's not on TM's side. That's up on the father's side. He said, in my opinion, she was dead before. Let's go back and listen to what he said, because see, I didn't make this up, peoples. This is what he said.
Was underage drinking.
The little bit that I seen on the on Facebook, you know, it seemed like somebody reached out and grabbed her or something. I don't know. My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that they had all them cameras on her moving around, but they had no cameras right there when she got put in that freezer.
The teen's body wasn't found until almost 24 hours after the family says it made repeated pleas to the hotel and the police.
The young lady said, she said that it's amazing how all of those cameras was around, but there was no cameras when she was put into the freezer. So she don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle believed that she was dead before she was placed in the freezer. Isn't that what Edward Joseph been saying for the longest time, people? I've said that she did not walk herself in the freezer. I said she was carried. Now, the uncle and this young lady share my sentiments, because she said she was placed in there. Well, if you placed in there, well, then they didn't drag her in there. They carried her. Because if they dragged her in there, then we would have seen drag marks all over the floor. We didn't see drag marks on the floor, peoples. They carried her. Did you hear what I said? I said they carried her. They carried her to the freezer.
Mostly peaceful protests followed as the family asked the FBI to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death as attorneys for her mother conduct their own.
Something is being covered up. Somebody's hiding something.
So this afternoon, friends and family pray for justice so they say Kenneka Jenkins can truly rest in peace.
I love her. May her soul rest in peace. May her soul go to heaven.
Evelyn Holmes, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
And you heard what the young lady said. May her soul go to heaven. That's what the young lady said, right? She said, may her soul go to heaven. And as you can see, peoples, if you ever did any type of research, you will never see any of these clips. You'll never see this news clipping online. You can't look it up no more. Everything was scrubbed. A lot of the videos and stuff that I'm playing right now, you will never, ever see again. It was scrubbed. Try looking it up. Try looking it up, peoples. You won't see it ever again. Other than on Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live. Now, peoples, I mean, if the uncle and the people are telling you that they don't believe that she was walking herself in a freezer, that she was deceased, well, then what is that telling you? Do you want me to go back and play back what the uncle had said and what the lady had said, what the newscaster had said, peoples? Do you want me to rewind that video back so you can get a greater understanding? Because see, y'all be thinking that I just be the one who be saying all of this, but it ain't only me. It ain't only me. It's her family. And these are the things that they don't want you to hear, peoples. Y'all just be thinking Edward Joseph just be talking out the side of his head. But peoples, I come with proof to my truth. Let's go back, people. So let me rewind that back a little bit so you can get a greater understanding as to what they said, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Let's listen to this, peoples, because see, this was the news. This was the news. And Edward Joseph, it was the news, peoples. Let's listen to this, peoples. I mean, think about that for one moment, peoples. Did you guys see that? It says Jenkins' uncle. Peoples. That's what it said, peoples. It says Jenkins' uncle. Yvette Irving. There's TM. What is it? Curtis Jackson, Jenkins' uncle. Curtis Jackson. That's what it says, right? It says Jenkins' uncle, right? Isn't that what it says, people? It says Jenkins' uncle. And so where's his testimony, peoples? Why did they blurt out all of what he had to say, peoples? See, this is what I'm saying, peoples. You know, this is what I'm saying. See, I got all of the juicies, peoples. I got all the original videos and stuff. All of it is on my channel. All of it is on my lives. I just have to go back through my lives and start posting it out. A lot of people haven't seen this. Carla Henry said that she just seen this for the first time. KJ uncle right there. See, this is what I'm saying, peoples. They tried to silence the family. Do you understand? See, it's a Jenkins and it's a Martin. The Jenkins don't like the Martins. The Jenkins was there, and the Jenkins was the ones who was chiming out. Where was the Martins chiming out? The Martins was quiet. I said the Martins was quiet, peoples. The Jenkins side of the family was chiming out loudly. See, y'all just thought that Jay Money and all of these people was just only Kanika's family. No, peoples. She's got the Jenkins. That's why they call her Kanika Jenkins, because she comes from the Jenkins side of the family, peoples. And this is the family that has been talking. How many people have shown the Jenkins side of the family in any of their lives? Oh, they've been talking, people. They've been talking. They've been talking a lot. And they've been on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all like that and stuff. But see, out of respect, you know, I haven't posted it. She has two sisters on the Jenkins side of the family. And they literally asked me not to post the pictures, anything about them on social media, on my lives. But see, you guys forget that she has another side of the family that has been chiming out, as you can see. But nobody ever talked about the Jenkins side. So you didn't know that she had an uncle on the Jenkins side of the family, did you? Mr. Curtis Jackson, right here. And look how young this man is. Do you understand what I'm saying? See. I ain't gonna even get into it. I'm not gonna even get into it. Let's just watch the video, people. So let's go. You guys did know that the preacher who preached that message was the very one who was out there. There is Darnell Jenkins, Kanika's other uncle. And why are they blurting out what he's saying as well, people? See, you know, I can go real deep, peoples, but nobody ain't gonna believe Edward Joseph. I said ain't nobody gonna believe me. So now did you hear what the reporter said? None of the clips, not videos. She said none of the clips had showed Jenkins walking herself into the freezer. That's what she said, right? That's what she said. She said none of the clips had shown Jenkins walking herself into the freezer. None of the clips. And that's all it was clips, peoples. Let me repeat that again, peoples. Let me repeat that again, peoples. And I want to point out something while this is playing.
Video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling.
Okay, so now look. You see her breasts? Her breast fell out when the person leaned over. But beforehand, see, the breast is in. And then you look at this point right here in the video, you see, look, the hair doesn't go sideways like that, people. You see that? And you see that little black line right there? That is the top of the shirt that the person was wearing. So Kanika did not have a black line or black outline on her shirt, as you can see, peoples. You clearly see that right there coming out the elevator. The hair does not go in a line like that, peoples. You clearly see that, right? You see the line right there, right? The hair is going straight down, but the hair is not going across. No hair goes like that, peoples. That is indicative of the fact that there was a black line on the shirt. Clearly see it, clear as daylight. Just as I have shown you of the same person that walked into the establishment that had on the same type of shirt. Now, as she walked, the breast is going to pop out. Look.
Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the
bingo. Now look. You seen the breast pop out. Right there. You see that, right? Look at that. Look at the breast exposed. You see the cleavage right there. See that, right? Okay, so that is indicative of the fact, peoples, that, and then you can see the black lining down here under the breast. The breast pop out. Clearly see that right there, peoples. And the person said none of the clips had shown Jenkins walking herself in the freezer. Let's listen in, peoples.
Out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that
she said none of the clips. I want you to get that. Clips, not video. Not video. Clips. That's all they show you was clips. They didn't show you video. They showed you clips. You got to understand that, peoples. Understand video versus clips. They showed you clips, peoples. They show you clips. You guys can't hear the sound? Can you guys hear me? Testing. Let me turn up my volume on my phone. Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah, you guys can hear me. You guys can hear it. Let me share it again, just in case you guys can't hear it. So let me share my screen again. Now the sound is on. Okay, so I know you can hear it now. Let me rewind that back.
My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
You heard what she said. She said none of the clips have shown Jenkins walking into a freezer. She said clips. She didn't say videos. She said none of the clips. And that's all that they showed you was clips. And you heard what Jenkins' uncle had said. But that's not on TM's side. That's up on the father's side. He said, in my opinion, she was dead before. Let's go back and listen to what he said. Because, see, I didn't make this up, peoples. This is what he said.
I was underage drinking.
The little bit that I seen on the on Facebook, you know, it seemed like somebody reached out and grabbed her or something. I don't know. My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that they had all them cameras on her moving around, but they had no cameras right there when she got put in that freezer.
The teen's body wasn't found until almost 24 hours after the family says it made repeated pleas to the hotel and the police.
The young lady said, she said that it's amazing how all of those cameras was around, but there was no cameras when she was put into the freezer. So she don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle believed that she was dead before she was placed in the freezer. Isn't that what Edward Joseph been saying for the longest time, people? I've said that she did not walk herself in the freezer. I said she was carried. Now, the uncle and this young lady share my sentiments because she said she was placed in there. Well, if you placed in there, well, then they didn't drag her in there. They carried her. Because if they dragged her in there, then we would have seen drag marks all over the floor. We didn't see drag marks on the floor, peoples. They carried her. Did you hear what I said? I said they carried her. They carried her to the freezer.
Mostly peaceful protests followed as the family asked the FBI to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death as attorneys for her mother conduct their own.
Something is being covered up. Somebody's hiding something.
So this afternoon, friends and family pray for justice so they say Kenneka Jenkins can truly rest in peace.
I love her. May her soul rest in peace. May her soul go to heaven.
Evelyn Holmes, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
And you heard what the young lady said. May her soul go to heaven. That's what the young lady said, right? She said, may her soul go to heaven. And that was my ultimate prayer, peoples. May Kenneka Jenkins' soul go to heaven. It was my prayer, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins' soul goes to heaven. Now, I want to get to the clip of the friend, Bree Bree, crying at the funeral. Let's see if this is it right here.
After weeks of protests and questions surrounding her death, Kenneka Jenkins was laid to rest today. She is the 19-year-old woman who was found dead inside a hotel freezer on September 9th. Mourners cried, screamed, and held one another as they passed the lavender-colored casket. Friends and family wore purple to honor Kenneka. Hundreds of people packed the House of Hope Church for the service. Jenkins' death drew national attention. In this surveillance video, she is seen stumbling around the hotel. Jenkins disappeared on September 8th during a party with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont. The 19-year-old's body was found 2 days later.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I just woke up. I want you guys to listen in to what this reporter just said. So I'm gonna rewind it back just a tad bit, just a taste. So we're at 112. Let me rewind it back just a hair and listen in. And that was my ultimate prayer, peoples. May Kenneka Jenkins' soul go to heaven. It was my prayer, people. The young lady said, she said that it's amazing how all of those cameras was around, but there was no cameras when she was put into the freezer. So she don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle believed that she was dead before she was placed in the freezer. Isn't that what Edward Joseph been saying for the longest time, people? I've said that she did not walk herself in the freezer. I said she was carried. Now, the uncle and this young lady share my sentiments because she said she was placed in there. Well, if you placed in there, well, then they didn't drag her in there. They carried her. Because if they dragged her in there, then we would have seen drag marks all over the floor. We didn't see drag marks on the floor, peoples. They carried her. Did you hear what I said? I said they carried her. They carried her to the freezer.
Mostly peaceful protests followed as the family asked the FBI to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death as attorneys for her mother conduct their own.
Something is being covered up. Somebody's hiding something.
So this afternoon, friends and family pray for justice so they say Kenneka Jenkins can truly rest in peace.
I love her. May her soul rest in peace. May her soul go to heaven.
Evelyn Holmes, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
And you heard what the young lady said. May her soul go to heaven. That's what the young lady said, right? She said, may her soul go to heaven. And that was my ultimate prayer, peoples. May Kenneka Jenkins' soul go to heaven. It was my prayer, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins' soul goes to heaven. Now, I want to get to the clip of the friend, Bree Bree, crying at the funeral. Let's see if this is it right here.
After weeks of protest and questions surrounding her death, Kenneka Jenkins was laid to rest today. She is the 19-year-old woman who was found dead inside a hotel freezer on September 9th. Mourners cried, screamed, and held one another as they passed the lavender-colored casket. Friends and family wore purple to honor Kenneka. Hundreds of people packed the House of Hope Church for the service. Jenkins' death drew national attention. In this surveillance video, she is seen stumbling around the hotel. Jenkins disappeared on September 8th during a party with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel in.
Did you hear what he said? He said that Jenkins disappeared on September the 8th. Well, if Jenkins disappeared on September the 8th, well, then where does the 9th come in? Because according to all of the video footage and according to all of the records, it wasn't the 9th that she disappeared. Oh, I mean, it was the 9th that she disappeared. Well, how could she disappear on the 8th? And all of the record says that she's supposed to have disappeared on the 9th. Even the news reporting can't even get their story straight. And then the evidence, just like the uncle said, that Kanika was already dead well before she was placed in the freezer, meaning that this video is fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious because she couldn't have walked in the freezer. She was carried. So even the uncle don't believe this bullshit of a narrative. See, people, it is very important that you sit and you listen. And when you listen, you learn. You got to listen to learn. Because if you don't listen, you'll never learn. And it's all of these conflicting stories that is surrounding this case that is really making it so difficult. But I'm on it, peoples. Like I said, I'm on it. You know, this was backed by popular demand. People wanted me to play this live again, and I am. But I think I'm going to shut it down because we're getting to the 6.5 hour mark. I'm going to do a part 2 to this because, you know, this is a long live. This live runs 9 hours, and I don't want to have it go another 3 hours and stuff, and I'm sleeping, then, you know, it doesn't shut off. So I'm going to shut it off now, peoples. I'll be back tomorrow to play part 2 to this. And then we'll have enough time to stay live. And, you know, if anybody have any questions or concerns or anything that they want to say, they want to come up to the live and speak their piece or whatever, they're more than welcome to do that. Now, people, this was a rerun. Like I said, this was backed by popular demand. A lot of people wanted to come back and see this live, and I'm playing it back again. I see that we had a new person come into the chat on tonight. You know, welcome to all of my friends that consistently come on a daily basis and things. And then welcome to the new people who had came. I hope the new person come back on tomorrow and come back and express her concerns and things. And then thank you all who is still up with me and watching the live on right now. I greatly appreciate your love, your support, your time, and your attention. And so, people, we're going to get off of here right now. We still got plenty of time to go, but like I say, I'll stop it right here. We'll pick back up on part 2 right where we left off right here. So until then, peoples, let me go ahead and do our closeout music.
You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of deliverance from my enemies, till all my fears are gone. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. from my mother's womb. You have chosen me. Your love has called my name. Now I've been born again into your family. Your blood flows through my veins. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. Oh, I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You ransomed me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You rescued me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. Oh, I am a child of God. I am a child of God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who've lost their way, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. If you walk around with your heart on your sleeve, and if you're trying to be the change you want to see, if you lay down your life for love so someone could be saved, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you.
Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next month to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2026. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for hanging in there with me on tonight. This has been a very enlightful live, and I see that we're getting new people. Until peoples, be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you on tomorrow. So until then, peoples, God bless you all.
'Cause there's a place up there for people like you.
Thank you for watching.
Out of many one people we are.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I wish